Hello, welcome along. Thanks for joining us. Le Tour de Langkawi 2023 hit stage 3 today. 183.1 kilometers awaits us from Jeli to Baling. Big question today, will it be a day for a breakaway? Could it be a day where the general classification riders come to the front in Le Tour de Langkawi? We have the mountaintop finish on Genting Highlands on day 5. There's plenty of sprint stages to come, so the GC opportunities can be fairly limited in this race. Is this the day for them? 8 stages this year's race, 1,278.1 kilometers. And on the front, as it is tradition, our jerseys all lined out along the front. It is Arvid de Klein, who is in the turquoise leader's jersey. And he leads by 2 seconds from yesterday's stage winner, Glebserista from Astana, Kazakhstan. Sasha Vimas of Human Powerhouse is third at 10 seconds. Tekshbaya Batsakan is fourth at 10. Simon Carr of EF Education, Easy Post, is in 5th at 12 seconds, just ahead of Enrico Zanocello. We go 13 seconds back to Thomas Barta, Sarawat Sidionchai, Yonagira and Tom Scully. In the white jersey as the best Asian rider is Tekshbaya Batsakan of Mongolia. Is the shining star of Mongolian cycling. So it's good to see him up there. For the Rujai online insurance team, Glebserista is keeping the orange points jersey warm for Arvid de Klein. De Klein leads in that classification with 27 points to Sarista's 24. So it is tight. Zanoncello third with 15 points. The King of the Mountains changed hands yesterday with Matsuki of Terengganu Polygon taking over in the leader's jersey in the King of the Mountains, in that polka dot jersey, ahead of teammate Ayman Zarif with Batchakan in third. 432 points on offer, but there are many climbs along the route for the riders today. We will have an intermediate sprint which comes at 9.9 kilometers, fairly early on into the day, so about 174.4 to go. We then have a series of 2 climbs. One just after the first Cat 2 climb. There's a short descent, then we climb up to the Category 1. So the summit of the Jeli climb at 151.4 kilometers to go. And then at Puncak Titiwangsa, 135.4 kilometers to go before we descend down for an intermediate sprint. Tasik Temengol with 103.9 kilometers to go. Sri Banding is our next King of the Mountains of the day, and that is a Category 3 climb to come with 95.4 to go, and then Sungai Rui with 37.4 to go. So there are many points on offer in the King of the Mountains today. So it looked like the plan yesterday from Terengganu was to pass that jersey over to Matsuki for their for Zarif to potentially take it back today. We're not long away from the start now. We have a fairly long neutralised section for the riders to take in today. 8.3 kilometres will be the rollout from Jeli this morning. Thanks for joining us. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through today's race action. Great to get a countdown from the kids and an air horn. We all love an air horn at the start. The riders roll away from the start. 128 starters, including 51 Asian riders and 10 Malaysians on the start line for this edition of Le Tour de Langkawi. Weather forecast for the riders, about 25 to 26 degrees Celsius, 76, 79 Fahrenheit. There's a chance of rain today. We'll see if that comes to anything. 5 km/h southwesterly wind at the moment, and it could change to a bit of a westerly 8 to 12 km/h, gusts of 28 to 34. If you weren't with us yesterday, it was Glebserista who took the stage ahead of Arvid de Klein and Enrico Zanoncello. the big man from Astana in the orange jersey. It's fair to say, following up his win in 2022 with a stage win yesterday, John, it kind of signalled his potential.
Yeah, obviously last year that signalled his potential, but he's come out and reconfirmed it, which was a great sprint yesterday, perfectly timed. That first day, he did open up the sprint rather early, and I think he's learned from that mistake. He went too soon, and that's all you need to do. And yesterday, timed to perfection, and takes another stage win at the Tour de Langkawi.
He worked the finish really well yesterday. I was impressed at how he sort of surfed off the Tudor Pro Cycling team. His team did a great job. Leonardo Basso was on the front with the brake killer, as Marcel Kittel always would call them. Simon Pello was the man that was managing everything yesterday. But Leonardo Basso did a great job early on for Glebserista. But for Astana, they do need to just bring him up, drop him off, and he has to finish it off.
Yeah, he did it perfectly. They did a really good job all day. They controlled those breakaways. We had an eventful day between 3 and then 6, and then a group of 3, then a group of 1. The breakaway didn't seem like anyone wanted to be there, but they were, and then they decided to go back to the peloton. So they controlled it really well, and that gave Glebserista the chance to go for the win, and he took it when he had that opportunity. Took it with both hands, and it was a perfectly timed effort and sprint, and he won by a fair margin, really, nearly almost a full bike length.
See, look, Mudgeway there wearing 46. He was one of the riders in our breakaway yesterday. He went for the penultimate intermediate sprint, then dropped back to the bunch. It was a really odd day yesterday, because a lot of the time when the breakaway goes, you would expect the breakaway really to just stay together until they got caught. But it was 1 by 1, 2 by 2. They all kind of went, right, I've had enough. Go back to the bunch.
Yeah, we saw those. There was 2 early King of the Mountain points yesterday, and I think that's what. So for 2 of the riders, maybe even 3, that was the main objective. First, as soon as they got that out of the way, it was a long way all the way to the finish. So, got the King of the Mountains, secured that jersey, and then made their way back to the bunch. And it was the same with those bonus seconds. There was 1 late sprint on, but that was around 13 kilometers to go. So I don't think the breakaway were that keen to try and hold on. Yeah, it was a strange one though. Luke Mudgeway of Bolton Equities, we saw on stage 1 how keen he was to get in the breakaway, and he got there yesterday, but I think he'd had enough time. He decided he'd had enough once he got there.
So the rollouts to the start, 8.3 kilometres of neutral section. Glebserista in that orange jersey up towards the front. We see the red, white and green 711 jerseys also here towards the front. So we'll see what they can do. Matt Bostock here wearing 42 for the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. He's got a fast finish, Matt Bostock, and George Jackson. It seemed they saw Bolton Equities Black Spoke yesterday, all up towards the front on the run in towards the finish, and coming in towards the finish, they really were sort of nowhere to be seen. It was averagely technical on the run in, but do you think it might be worth giving someone like Matt Bostock a run out in days to come as well?
Yeah, possibly. Obviously, George Jackson showed his form really recently, so he's on top form. So obviously, you'd go for the guy who's shown what he can do, picking up stage wins already in the past 2 weeks ago in Asia. So they're here, he's ready to go. But yeah, why not give Bostock a go? We know how fast he is from the UK, but also he's very fast, but a perfect lead-out man, if I'm honest. That guy to do that final turn to launch someone into a sprint. And even though it wasn't that technical yesterday, there was enough corners, and if you get caught on the wrong side of the road and the bunch then decides to go to the left-hand side, you get squashed out, and it's so far to then move back up. So it was technical enough to cause those problems, and we saw them, Bolton Equities Black Spoke, arrive in there in good time, in good form, holding the one side of the road really well, but maybe just one little mistake and that catches out the whole team then.
Do you think today's tough enough for the sprinters? Is it really going to be? Is it? We don't really know till we get out there and see who's climbing well and who isn't. We've got a couple of climbs coming quite early on in the day. It's lumpy. It looks grippy today. So if any GC riders decide to make it hard, they could potentially put the sprinters into difficulty.
They could. The difficult point, they're hard climbs, but they are a long way from the finish. The first categorized climb, that tops out with 135k to go. And then we have a third final climb of the day, that is only at 37k to go. So potentially a little bit too far away from the finish for the GC riders really to commit. But if there's a group of GC riders that really want to get stuck in and take the race on, then potentially it has the potential of some splits. But we saw how strong Tudor Pro Cycling and Astana were yesterday. They can control this bunch. If they ride within themselves, ride on the climbs at a steady pace, make sure they don't put their sprinters into too much difficulty, you should be able to get over those climbs and then try and ride and control, ready for a bunch sprint again.
When you look at the amount of climb, 2,905 meters of elevation that it's got today. So it's I mean, Genting Highland stage has got 2,449, just goes along the flat straight up the climb. So it is a day that could just knock the edge off your legs if you're a sprinter. Yeah,
it's obviously 183 kilometers as well. So that's spread out across the whole stage. It is more up and down all day. But then again, that suits. We saw Decline and Saritsa and how good they are on the flat stages and fast. Maybe that gives an opportunity for other sprinters, the sprinters who aren't as fast, who can recover and keep calm through all those sections. And then be able to really have a go in the sprint at the end.
Okay, copy, Alex. How come they're so fast?
Our race director, Graham Jones, just getting some chat on the radio. Just on our rollouts, 8.3 kilometres of neutral zone. And you kind of have to factor this into your day, don't you? Because it might say, oh, okay, they're not racing. But you've still got to ride 8.3 kilometres on top of the already 183 kilometres that you're doing. So you must have to factor that into your feeding and your hydration as well today.
Yeah, it's a very long neutralised section, so you have to think about it. It makes the whole day a little bit longer. And you're right, you're not racing, but you're still pedalling. They're still having to pedal. They're not at full tilt or anything, but. Always those long sections sometimes quite hard on the head. You end up having plenty of time to think about how your legs are feeling before you even start going. And then once you start racing, you think, oh, my legs are in a really bad shape, although sometimes they're in they feel really good. Yeah, it's a hard one to manage.
Sarawat's Sironachai here wearing 135 from the Thailand Continental team. We've seen him on the attack this week. Sarawat Sironachai, and he sits in 8th on general classification at 13 seconds. Our 7-11 jerseys up towards the front, as are many riders from Green Project, Bardiani, Falzao. Of a Decline in the centre, just wanting to roll out in that leader's jersey on the front. Keep an eye on everyone around him. Lebzarista in the orange, second in the points classification. So just riding alongside Arvid Decline. And then with him is Amiro Mizuki, who's wearing our King of the Mountains jersey today. Thomas Barter, just down the back, having a bit of a chat. Was doing this yesterday with Harif Saleh from Terengganu, and then took a flyer. He was our first attacker of the day.
Yeah, he's a definitely likes to chat in the neutralised zone. Can't blame him. Gets him through that every day.
Well, every peloton needs a social butterfly, doesn't they, to float around the peloton and have a chat with everyone in the morning. Good to see him filling that role. We'll see if he decides to have a crack today. Got their teammate up there in Daniel Babel, who we were just seeing move up towards the front. They got him into he had a good finish yesterday, Daniel Babel.
Yeah, we thought he would be up there. He was one of the sprinters we picked out way back at the start of the race. He had a bad finish on the first day. Don't really know what happened there. Finished pretty much near the back of the peloton, so maybe he had a mechanical issue or got caught out in the sprint, but came up finishing 4th place. One to watch over the next few days as well. 23-year-old from Czechia. They come here with a pretty good team, but I'm wondering about the battle for GC. We've definitely got a team that can support Babel and Barter and go for some more victories.
Masaki Yamamoto there. You can see the national champion of Japan from Team Ukyo, wearing number 111. So Green Project Bardiani Falzan. They managed to make the podium yesterday with Enrico Zanoncelli, but we were Zanoncello, my apologies. But they had Davide Gabura and Lorenzo Conforti in the top 10. We had a chat about it briefly after the finish yesterday, because it didn't seem cohesive in terms of the actual tactic and what they were actually going for yesterday.
Yeah, 3 riders in the top 6. When you see that many riders all together, it does ask some questions. We need to do a lead out, we need to look after one rider. It's always hard to tell what's happened. Maybe they never even got a chance to do a lead out, they got caught out, they had to move riders back round. But when you see that many riders all together at the front, there has to be some questions asked. How can we do this better? Can we commit to one rider, or are they, maybe the team tactic was to all get to the front and try and sprint and see what happens?
Just having a roll through the peloton here, just picking out different riders, different national champions jerseys throughout the peloton. This is Arvid de Klein, our general classification leader. So he takes 2 seconds over the man to his left into today's stage, with Sasha Vimas 3rd at 10 seconds. We're about 2 kilometers away from kilometer 0. It's not far away from kilometer 0, actually. Getting ready for the flag drop. We'll see who decides to go first, because it's normally a good gauge of who's going on the attack by who's right behind the car.
Yeah, the sprinters are definitely up there. I think they're quite conscious of the hard start we have today. They want to be at the front of the race. But those first attacks will come as soon as that flag's dropped. We've seen some really aggressive racing for the first 2 stages, and I don't expect today to be any less than that, because there's actually a good chance, a better chance, of you staying away and taking victory today. This has the possibility for a breakaway to go all the way to the end. If they ride smart and hard enough, the sprinter teams won't be able to bring them back. And it's just a question of general classification then. This could be a day where a good group goes up the road with some good climbers. They have to be committed and work well together, but this is definitely an opportunity where they could stay away all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's because we would be, if you haven't been with us for the first 2 days, it's taken the first day took over an hour for the breakaway of the day to become established. And then yesterday we just had it took about the same, and then we just had the strangest day in terms of the makeup of the break. We would expect something different today, though, because the route today does have the potential for a breakaway to go all the way to the finish. If they get enough of an advantage, and the other thing is if there's enough different teams represented in that, if in the breakaway today.
It should all stay together for the start, I believe. That first intermediate sprint comes after 9.9 kilometers. So maybe the sprinters are looking for that. Of course, points on offer for the points classification and some bonus seconds. Sariksa, if he wins and Decline doesn't score any points or score any seconds, he's the virtual leader on the road. It's only a 2-second gap, 3 seconds for the win. So there's a bit of a battle at the start to see really what happens. And I expect as soon as that sprint is out the way, that's when we should see a big, a quality breakaway formed.
The pink jerseys up towards the front. You've got Simon Carr wearing number 1, Alex Jefferson Tapida, and Odd Christian Eiking, Tom Scully, Michael Valgren, and Yardi van der Lee is the EF Education Easy Post team. You can see all the team cars all lined out behind the peloton, which is why we when we say sometimes if you get a bad draw you can't see the front. You literally don't see the race half the time.
No, it's the first stage is drawn out of a hat, so whatever you get. Then on the rest of the stages, then it goes on general classification order of the individuals, and that goes to team order then. So first place on GC, which is Tudor Pro Cycling with Decline, so they go team car 1. Astana will be team car 2, and then all the way down. But sometimes when you're at the back of that group, 24 riders, you're just driving around in traffic behind a car and you don't see any racing. Can't even get a glimpse of them sometimes.
No. So welcome any team cars that are tuning in to our coverage this morning. Give us a wave as we go past. If anyone in the team cars is tuning in. We are through kilometre 0. It snuck up on us, and the car pulls away, and the attacks come thick and fast at the front, as we would expect, as many riders look to try and get something established here this morning. We are underway on stage 3 of Le Tour de Langkawi. It's that man again. Looks like Luke Mudgeway going clear, is it here? For Bolton Equities Black Spoke. So the blue and yellow jerseys that were on the attack yesterday, same again today. Look at this. Everyone swinging around now on the front of the peloton, trying to get that break going. Got your Zenman jersey there. It's quite similar to our Tudor Pro Cycling jersey, is the Ukyo jersey, all in black. 183 kilometres of today's stage to go as we move across the top of the country to get to the opposite coast from where we've had our opening 2 days. Is it going to be too tough for the sprinters? That is the big question on stage 3. So it's like that first attack has come back, and there's many points on offer in that King of the Mountains classification today. So we have our sprint at Jeli with 174.4 to go. Our breakaway, that first move looks like it's stuck here at the moment, and the peloton have all swung off. So is the break of the day going to go in the first 100 metres of the stage here? That'd be interesting. We haven't had that scenario so far this week, so if they do. And it is Logan Curry that's up there for the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. getting up and getting into that move. We do have 2 jerseys from the Malaysian national team. So we have Zawawi Asman, who is in the breakaway group, with Ashaful Shukri, who's wearing 215. So good to see the national team jerseys getting into the breakaway group. And then our other rider that has made it up here is Abdul Ghani from Nusantara. So 4 riders in the break, 3 teams represented, and the national team of Malaysia. They've impressed me this week, the national team, in terms of how they've ridden.
They've raced really well. They've come out, obviously, home tour as well. You always come out with a lot more motivation. But they do have some good riders riding for them. It's an opportunity for these riders to really show themselves at their biggest home race they could go to.
Bolton Equities Black Spoke getting into the moves. Always super aggressive are the Bolton Equities riders. Not a lot of reaction on the front here at the moment. Quite surprising.
Yeah, they're happy with that group of 4, now out to 25 seconds. Surprising, actually. The racing over the first 2 days was so aggressive for that first hour. Everyone was desperate to make the move. But maybe the climbs on today's menu have taken that edge off the riders. They know what they have to do. They want to save as much as possible. It'll be a harder day out there.
Sometimes you just look at the amount of climbing, the amount of elevation that you've got on a day, and that puts a few riders off. They kind of go into survival mode a little bit rather than aggressive mode.
Yeah. And now it is EF Education, Easy Post, and Tom Scully at the front. He's pushing on. Scully, so powerful. Raced him quite a lot when I was still racing, and he was one of those riders who could go up the block, if that makes sense, go into an easier gear and then accelerate and just go into a higher cadence and ride away from you. Yeah, not an easy man to follow if he is trying to get in these moves. It looks like we have 3 riders now at the front. Unfortunately losing Ghani from that group of 4, now only a group of 3.
We saw this yesterday, didn't we, in terms of riders getting into the breakaway, and it is for some riders where this is going to be the toughest competition that they might ever have done in their career. But you kind of get into the breakaway, and by the time you get there, you've kind of emptied the tank, and you don't have that ability to recover like other riders do.
Yeah, it's a big effort to make these breakaways. Of course, sometimes this is why the good point of being able to watch it live from the start of a race, you can really see the energy that's put in and the fight. Sometimes to how hard it is to get in a breakaway. Sometimes you turn on the television and the brake's already done, and it looks like they're cruising, and there's nothing difficult about how they got there. But I'm glad to see this is still going on. It's Scully again. Really doesn't want a group of 3 up the road, does he? To make it hard. They're on a GC day today, which is good. The EF Education have come here going for general classification. They didn't bring a sprinter. Of course, a really strong team. Some good sprinters. They chose here to target general classification. And I think that is why Scully is keen to keep this bunch at a high pace and keep moving.
And that bodes well, doesn't it, for the rest of the stage? If Scully's jumping around and EF have come out to play today, that, especially early on, it gives a sort of warning sign to the rest of the teams and anyone else that feels that they've got general classification hopes in this race, that they have to be really vigilant that someone like Simon Carr doesn't find himself in a break and get up the road.
Because that would be the easiest way, but even across the board for EF Education Easy Post, it's good that they've got a GC, a Brilliant Hope with Simon Carr, but the climbs are possible. You look at Valgrant or Cepeda, maybe they play a little bit of a game with Simon Carr. Everyone watches Simon Carr thinking he's the man to watch, and they slip off in a breakaway gain 3 or 4 minutes. And it's just a numbers game. Why not try and play those numbers game if you have the strength and depth in your team?
Definitely. 50 seconds already is the time gap from Logan Curry, Shafil Shukri and Zawawi Asman. So the Bolton Equities black spoke rider on the back here in the sort of purpley blue and yellow jersey, and then our Malaysian national team riders in their red, white and blue jerseys. Good to see them both in there. And it's a long day out for them if this is the breakaway going.
Put it out again.
Back to Graham Jones in the car, race director. So Simon Carr here wearing number 1. Paul Double alongside him for Human Powered Health. Double is another rider. Look at this. Attacks coming thick and fast now down the outside of the group, and then just coming straight over the top. The EF Education jerseys. Is that Yardi van der Lee that's going for EF Education Easy Post?
Good move. They've come here to really get the racing going. Still out to 50 seconds to that group of 3. We're only around 4 kilometers until that first intermediate sprint. We're getting close. The attacks are still coming up at that front of the peloton.
At that early sprint, 3, 2 and 1 points, but also 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds. The EF riders have been chasing those seconds since the start of the race on day 1.
They've been picking them off towards the end of each stage, which has been a brilliant job. But I think they're going to miss out on the bonus seconds on this first sprint. It'll be between these 3. Again, that gap now down to 36 seconds. Was 50 seconds. So that peloton really wants them back, and the racing is still on back there. Soon close this breakdown.
All of our riders 16 seconds down on general classification. So could do with some bonus seconds, but this race we would expect some big gaps. Will it be a day today for a bit of some decent gaps in general classification when we go to the summit of the Genting Highlands? We definitely expect some gaps in the general classification up to the summit finish on day 5, but all to play for today. So flat roll out here before we start climbing. And that first sprint is 500 meters away. I was just going to say it's about 600 meters away from our graphic. 500 meters now into the first intermediate sprint of the day. And just lining this up So the two Malaysian national team riders just putting themselves into the middle here. Logan Curry is going to launch his sprint. So want those seconds. Looks around. Perhaps just gone a touch too early there. Just has to sit back and go again. Is he going to take this one? Who's going to go to the Malaysian national team? It is. It's our one of our Malaysian national team riders. Couldn't quite make out who it was from the drone. It is Asman that gets it. So he gets 3 seconds. Curry takes the 2. And Shukri takes the 1. So Zawawi Asman wearing 216 and Shaiful Shukri wearing 215. The peloton have just spread out a little bit across the road. Means that gap could go out. It did look like they wanted it back before that intermediate sprint to potentially take some bonus seconds. They'd throw to the line there anyway from the Carabao riders.
You can see that now in the breakaway. Has calmed down. We do have one attacker going on the left-hand side of the road, just to say that. It'd be interesting. When you see one rider just chip off, do you bother chasing him? That's the question. The gap's 35 seconds. So the problem is when you're controlling a peloton, you have to think about how many riders are then allowed to clip off. You start allowing 1s and 2s to go, suddenly that group becomes 8 or 9, and that's a group that it's hard to control and handle. So it's just being vigilant throughout.
There's confirmation of sprint 1 at Jeli. It's Mohammed Zawawi Asman that takes it for the Malaysian national team ahead of Logan Curry of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, with Shaiful Shukri taking the 1 point and the 1 bonus second. Let's have a replay of the sprint. We've seen quite a lot this week. Logan Curry, he went early and then he had to just kick back and sit back when both riders came back to him. You can never, especially coming to a race, you can never underestimate anyone in these races.
And they're always quite difficult intermediate sprints. At the finish, obviously, you have so many more markers to use. So you have, at a finish line, you'd have 500 meters to go, 400 meters to go, 300, 250, 200, all the way down, and then to 25 meters to go before the finish. But with those intermediate sprints, normally you only get a marker with 500 meters to go and possibly even just 100 meters to go. So you have to use your eye line, your eyesight, and try and time your sprint to perfection, which sometimes means riders tend to go a little bit earlier than they need to. It always seems a lot closer when you're looking forward and there isn't a marker to tell you where it is.
Yeah. There's round about 7 kilometers or so before we start climbing is on the route today, but it's as we said when we came on air, a little bit grippy out there. You can see already the sort of the route just rocking and rolling over the countryside here. I do think it bodes well when you see that those GC riders like Simon Carr, like Paul Double, that are just managing and just keeping them. It's the first time we've seen them up, really, apart from Simon Carr getting in on the odd intermediate sprint here and there. It's the first time we've seen sort of general classification riders at the head of the race and looking to sort of get in the mix.
Yeah, make the racing hard, even if you don't end up splitting the peloton and moving away in a breakaway and going for stage victory. But if you can make it a hard day, in 2 days' time we have a really tough day, and that could be general classification day. But you need to take that sharpness and that fire off the other riders, your rivals' legs. So if you make it a little bit more difficult, all it does, you might not be successful today with breaking everyone, but the day after, when they're a bit more fatigued, the day after that, you just need to keep overloading everyone. And that's the best option you can do. Go out and race. It's an option, it's hard enough today. You might all come back together. You might feel like you haven't been successful because you haven't won, you haven't dropped your big general classification rivals, but you've hurt their legs, and that's what you need to do. And even if you hurt their legs and then you've demoralized them.
Logan Curry just keeping his tempo on the front here for Bolton Equities Black Spoke, and help you tell your Malaysian national team riders that they've got the same helmets and kits. So you can see there number 215, Shafal Shukri, is on the Colnago bike, very similar to our Tour de France winner, and his teammate is on the Cervelo bike. That's where we are in relation from Breakaway to peloton. 1:19 is the time gap. Next point that we will watch out for is that Jeli King of the Mountains. It's a category 2, so 5.32 and 1 points are on offer on that first King of the Mountains of the day.
It is a long drag up, even though it is only a second category climb. It's pretty much dragging the whole way, and the peloton behind haven't sat up. They're not letting this bunch and this breakaway go away. Still plenty of tacks from behind. Simon Carr again there for EF Education Easy Post. But as you just could tell, Euskardi now pushing on the pace. We talked about it yesterday. These Spanish teams, they're not letting each other go. It is a Spanish civil war. Now Equipe Kern Farmer, they closed that breakdown. Just got to wait for Caja Royale to move into the front as well. Waving him through, come on, we need to push on, but Human Powered Health aren't going to contribute there. They're hoping for a bunch sprint again. Sasha V-Mouse, second place on stage 1. Disappointing result yesterday on stage 2. So they will be trying to hope and protect his hopes. Hopefully deliver him an opportunity to go for stage victory in a bunch sprint. It's always demoralizing. You make a big effort and a big move to try and get in a breakaway. You might have 2 other riders with you, or 3. One of the riders keen to ride with you, and you turn around and you see someone from a sprinter's team who's joined that breakaway, who's just marked you out of it, and they obviously don't kick through, they don't carry on riding. You've just made that big effort for absolutely nothing. Still lined out back here. Race leader Decline, and our points jersey wearer Saritza towards the back of that peloton, sliding back. It's not too hard of climb. You can see all in the big rings in the midway nearer to the top of the block.
We are starting to get a split now here, this group. You can see the climb, you can see the road is rising, and it is that EF Education Easy Post jersey that's on the front here, just trying to make life difficult for the riders behind. So this is a decent move early on. It's going to be a long day out there for them, but as you said, they have 2 opportunities, you would say, this week, looking at the route to really make a difference, and this is one of them. And even if the climbs do, the main part of the climbs do come early on in the day, if they don't make it hard now and only looked later on in the day to try and do something on the climbs, you've played into the hands of the sprinters, because the sprinters can get over a Cat 3 climb and potentially the Cat 2s here.
Yeah, they need to do it early, and that's exactly what they're doing. Brilliant move. Simon Carr again. Earlier on this year, he won a stage of the Tour of the Alps, and he was so aggressive that day from the breakaway, went over the top and ended up winning solo by around a minute in the end to second place. A great racer, so aggressive, doesn't just wait for the climbs which suit him, and that's exactly what he's doing now. They've caught those 3 riders and gone straight by.
You can see a few riders here just down the back of the bunch. It is going to be a tough day out there for those riders that favour the flat, fast stages. This is Matthew Rice from the St George Continental team. Their president, just keeping an eye on things. They always just keep an eye out the roof of the car just to see what is going on.
Yeah, they make sure they got to wear sunglasses though. Got the head out that sunroof like a meerkat constantly. Some of the commissaires. This is a big group now. The peloton not far behind. You can see the chase. Look like Casa Royale jerseys.
Yeah, they've missed out on this, haven't they?
There's some good teams represented here as well. So they need to close it down. And this is the time when you do miss it, the best thing to do is to make a huge effort. You have to just close it down as fast as possible. With a size group of a breakaway as such, you can't be waiting and controlling and bring a break back. If you're doing it with one rider, as soon as it gets to a 30 seconds, 20 seconds, you're trying to bring that back with 2 guys. They're doing through and off, and they'll be able just to pull out the gap. So you really just have to commit, make a huge effort, and close it down as fast as possible. You can see the riders, the breakaway riders, who've turned around, seen the peloton come in. That looks like Human Powered Health. Simon Carr from EF Education there, sitting back, and now we have 4 riders at the front.
So Logan Curry has managed to stay in there for Bolton Equities Black Spoke. That's Harold Martin Lopez for Astana, who has also made it across. Good to see Astana placing a rider in there. But it did look like Carr and Double had, with the gap coming back quite quickly, it was a real big burn of power from Caja to get things back under control. They had missed out, and if they want this race and want to be able to challenge for GC, they needed to get into that breakaway group or keep it under control.
Time now, counter-attacks from EF Education Easy Post. But now we have a group of 4 towards the front. Lopez from Astana Kazakhstan team, he was just fighting to get back to the wheel. 22-year-old, currently part of that Astana development team. He has stepped up from next year onwards, signed with the World Tour team from Ecuador. one to look forward to the future. One of the best things, in a way now, these World Tour teams have a development team, and they're allowed, if they're part of the development team, to guest with the World Tour team at certain races. So it gives them the opportunity to race up. And it's good for the World Tour teams. They can really develop the riders when they need to. And there's another advantage for EF Education Easy Pros, for example. Michael Valgren, really bad accident, crashed, broken pelvis, damage to both his ACL and MCL ligaments, and he's done so well to battle back to his full fitness. But because they had a development team, they dropped him down for this year to the development team. He was able to race at a lower level with a little bit less stress and pressure. And of course now, from next year, he's back with that World Tour team. Of course, we know his class, Valgren, one of the best riders in the world, and it's great to see riders battling back after injuries. Unfortunately, it happens to a lot of riders.
Yeah, and it's also good for teams with the young riders to be able to just see how they integrate into the big team as well, and cope with the pressure of a big team, because it can be very different, can't it? Because some of the smaller and the development teams, you might rock up to a race with a car and a camper, and then you rock up to the World Tour team and you've got multiple cars, multiple vans, a bus, but then also you're walking down the pit lane and you've got Tadej Pogačar, you've got, you know, Primož Roglič and riders like that. So there's a completely different kind of pressure that goes along that you have to see if a rider can cope with as well.
Yeah, there's a lot more pressure, but it's also nice for the World Tour team. You actually get to know the rider and how they work, and just to get to know them as a person. It does come into it. When you sign a rider, this is why stagiaires, that opportunity where they can guest from August onwards, was one of the best ideas. That you get to meet a rider, you can see how they work, how they, again, integrate with the team, but it's almost a little check of how they are, how they settle in, and it does have a bit of difference. If they're a good person, they're polite, they're good with the staff, you're more likely to take them on in the years after, because they fit in and they're not going to be too much hard work. They're able to work within the team. They're willing to put everything they can into the team effort. So it's always good to test the riders. This is why training camps as well, that a lot of the time now these World Tour teams have training camps throughout the year, and they invite riders from continental teams onto the training camp to see how they really settle in.
163 kilometers to go. You can see a few riders just getting tailed off. The pressure is definitely on today. Over 2,000 meters of climbing, and it is EF Education Easy Post that are doing the damage on the front. Odd Christian Eiking and Michael Valgren have now decided to set a hot tempo here on this early climb. Simon Carr has already been jumping around. We're going to take a short commercial break. Make sure you come back.
Everything we do has an impact on the climate. But how can we transform that from a negative into a positive?
It's amazing to see just how focused they are on providing opportunities for young, talented minds. It's so important to give back and create opportunities. PETRONAS have so many projects. I've been out to the Rainforest and seen some of the work they're doing there. That gives me encouragement that we're going in the right direction.
It's about working together to deliver sustainable impact. The Eco Care Centre in Kerteh is a collaboration with the Malaysian Nature Society and PETRONAS. It features displays, exhibits and information about the unique ecosystem of Kerteh.
The whole essence of creating PETRONAS was really to create a positive social impact.
We're able to also create more employment opportunities. A large number of our recipients are from underprivileged families, and changing them also eventually to help them change the lives of the people around them.
The energy we produce, the innovation we promote, the people we support are all aimed at being a positive force, delivering progress for society.
Welcome back to stage 3 of the 27th edition of La Tour de Langkawi. 183.1 kilometers today from Jeli to Baling. We are on our category 2 climb, 14 kilometers in length, average gradient of 3.5%. You can see that groups are being tailed off under the pressure at the front. We have had EF Education Easy Post going on the attack, and they have set things up. Simon Carr has managed to get himself off the front, and I'm getting some inside info. About 5 kilometers up the road, it is raining. There is rain forecast throughout today's stage, so if this group can get clear, that could change the dynamic considerably of this stage. But Simon Carr and EF Education Easy Post have been really persistent all the way up this climb. It looks like Paul Double of the Human Powered Health team, the British rider, has also got himself into the group. As well as we have 2 jerseys from the Green Project Bardiani CSF. That looks like our white jersey. Is that our white jersey coming across the gap? We'll just get an idea when we get right in there and just pick up the numbers of all the riders that have made it in here. Matteo Scalco is there. So Scalco getting into the group along with Luca Covilli. So Luca Covilli getting in there. It's Juan Bao Company from the Euskaltel-Euskadi team in orange. And then one rider on the back of the group. Is it Bachakan that has been on the attack? Is it Tegsbayer Bachakan? Can't quite make it out. Just on the back of the group. It'd be a great ride if he has made it up here. This group is going though, John. This is a nice move.
This is a really nice move. Still 8 kilometers away from the top of the first KOM as well. So really big battle. Going on brute strength now. This is no hiding place. To just have the legs. A group of 7 now, 2 more riders behind coming across, and you can see now back at the Astana team car, look at the riders who have lost contact already. Plenty of riders who have gone out the back of the peloton. Real tough day.
Yeah, this is going to be a toughie for these riders. There's time limits and time cuts and that kind of thing to think of, isn't there? And we're 159 kilometers from the end here, so there can be you can't. It's one of those cycling. If you're tuning in and you're not familiar with cycling, it's not one of those sports where you go off the back and you can just kind of chill and just pedal along and not worry about it. You have to make sure that you make it into the time cut. There is a time limit on the day, and you can see riders just talking into the radio. They know they've got a lot of climbing ahead of them today, so it's going to be a day of calculation. You've got to have a talent for maths, haven't you, as a bike rider, to be able to know what the time limits are and where you can ride.
It's a constant battle trying to figure out the percentages of your time. Normally it's a percentage of the winner's time that is added onto your time, and you can figure out how much further back you need to be. But this group now, a really good selection towards the front. Just trying to get a confirmation of the numbers.
I might have them all, bear with me.
Quickly looking through them all, but even if you just look at the jerseys represented and the teams represented towards the front, you have to then think back of who's missed that breakaway. So what team would be chasing to bring them back? That's the next question. Casa Royale, Tudor Pro Cycling, Euskaltel, Green Project Bardiani, Kern Pharma, Human Powered Health and EF Education. Easy Post. It's the teams that really have missed out. Astana, Kazakhstan team, Bolton Equities, and Korotec Italia.
Making in here, this is who I have. I'll just double check as we excuse our little picture breakup. I make the breakaway at the moment. I'm just going to double check our Categorized rider, but it's Simon Carr from EF Education Easy Post, Paul Double from Human Powered Health, Matteo Scalco and Luca Gavilli from the Green Project Bardiani, Faizan. We've got Pablo Juan Company from Euskaltel-Euskadi. Juan Bao Company. We've got Pablo Castrillo from the KOM Pharma, Adne van Engelen from Rujai Online Insurance, Simon Pello from Tudor Pro Cycling. And if you've been with us over the last couple of days, Simon Pello, we were talking about yesterday, doing the job on the front for his sprinter, Arvid Klein. But what a class act he is, having won a lot of races in his career, including Tour de Bretagne this season. And here he is in the breakaway. And the other rider, Mika Biscara, I may make it from Categorized, but I'll just double check. We're having a little bit of pixelization. I can't quite pull out his number, but as soon as I get a clear glimpse of that, we'll confirm our rider from Categorized. It looks like a 5 to me.
Looks 95, I think that was.
So that's, or 75, no, 95 it is, isn't it, from Categorized. So, Joachim Milgolday, it is, I think, from Categorized, if it's number 5. So Joachim has been in breakaways. We've seen him on the attack this week already in the race. We're setting things up here. 158 kilometers to go, and that gap. And we saw the persistence of the EF Education Easy Post team in trying to establish this breakaway, and you've got to say persistence is key, and that's paid off. But the gap is not big, the gap is not huge, and you can see there's a big group of riders behind. Now, this is our second group, my apology, being led by Astana, and they are the team that have missed out, as John said. Astana and Bolton Equities Black Spoke. The smaller Conti teams can almost sit back in a way and let the Astana rider do the turn here, but it depends whether they want to be in the mix.
They have to. It's good they can lean on Astana. You can see him on the radio now. Can't see any teammates with him, behind him. Who is he riding for? He's making a big effort to try and close that breakaway down. 9 riders in that front group. Perfect size group, actually. All committed, all will ride through.
So on a day like this, is this the scenario that you would say a 9 rider group working nicely together? This is the sort of time where you look at a move and think this could go.
And this could go, and if they commit in the early stages, so we have 60 kilometers basically of uphill, a small little descent all the way to the top of that first category climb. That tops out with 135 kilometers left. Then if they commit here and open up a big gap, all you're doing, the sprinters are out of that peloton and that second group on the road who are chasing at the moment. So if that peloton want a bunch sprint, they almost have to slow down. This group then will have a big advantage, and it's going to be really difficult for the peloton to bring them back. So what they need to do is keep pressing on the pedals at the front, make sure that gap goes out and out, and gives them a chance at the end. But this is a perfect size group, 8 riders, who obviously are really strong.
A lot of chat going on.
Having a lot of conversation. Don't know what language they were speaking there. I think it was English, but Simon Carr actually grew up in France, fluent French speaker, almost his first language. So Pello, Swiss. We have a little counter-attack going off the front of the peloton. Bolton Equities Black Spoke, team who have missed it. They're trying to come across. EF Education Easy Post just marking that group of 5. In a way, it's easy to sit on from EF Education Easy Post. They have a rider up the road, but if those riders who are coming across aren't really a general classification threat to Carr, in some ways it's good to have numbers in that front group. So in my opinion, you may as well go through, contribute to that group getting across, and all you're doing then is playing a numbers game at the front. It's always good to have more teammates, if you can, more riders represented at the front of the race. If you take in Green Project Bardiani, they have 2 in this front group.
Yeah, Luca Covilli, 26-year-old Italian. Raced the Giro this year. And his teammates, Matteo Scalco, 19 years old is Matteo Scalco. So good to see Scalco getting up here and in the move for Green Project Bardiani CSF Faizan. They've been sprinting well. Now it's up to their GC riders. Scalco's had a win this year in the Coppa della Pace down in Italy. It's a 19-year-old Italian rider. He had multiple wins last year. He was very, very successful domestically in Italy. He's won about 8 races last year domestically in Italy as a junior, and that normally catches the attentions of the teams down in Italy if you're dominating Italian cup races, because the Italian cup races are pretty tough, aren't they? They tend to be up a massive climb, down a descent, through the town, and back up the massive climb again.
Yeah, multiple times as well.
Yeah, and if they find some cobbles, they'll throw them in as well.
Yeah, normally at the top of a climb when you're on your absolute limit. I raced my amateur years in Italy. That was, to be honest, I'm not one of the best climbers when I was racing, so it was a tough year in Italy. You learn plenty, but some good riders come out of that area. But you look back now at the peloton. Look how small that peloton is.
Absolutely decimated, you would say, this opening part of the stage today here in Tour de Langkawi. And this is kind of what we were looking for, and this is what we were looking towards, because we've gone up the east coast, we've got to go across the top of the country to get to the other coast, to come all the way back down to Genting Highlands and Kuala Lumpur. And I think the way that this stage is going across the up the top north of the country, it's making it tough. But it's going to be a big day out there for those riders that have been dropped early on in this one. And this is what we wanted, wasn't it? We wanted a big GC day, and it is for those riders like Paul Double, like Simon Carr, like Simon Pello, the riders that perhaps look to Genting Highland. If you bank everything on Genting Highland, you don't. It's such a tough climb. I mean, it's an absolute monster of a climb. It's so long as well that potentially you get to Genting and you've not given yourself any kind of advantage at all, and someone romps away. One of the climbers romps away and takes 2 minutes. That's the scenario, isn't it?
Yeah, it's easy to look at that day and concentrate on it, but this is a big day. We talked about how much climbing there was, but it's up to the riders. They make the racing, and this group of 9 are forcing the hand of all the other teams, putting all the other riders under pressure. It's a brilliant move, and you can see how well these 9 are working together. We've seen counter-attacks behind, but to try and close this group down, it's going to be a monumental effort for a group of 4, group of 5. Getting closer and closer to our first King of the Mountains of the day.
It's Cat 2, 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. So there is an opportunity here for someone to build a considerable advantage in the King of the Mountains and take that jersey. Both of our KOM challengers so far from Tenerifano Polygon have not made it into this move. So we'll see who's got designs on trying to take this King of the Mountains jersey. Simon Pello, it looks like, from Tudor Pro Cycling, is on the front, up in the tempo. Paul Double pedalling up for the human-powered health. We would expect a challenge from our Equipa Farmer rider. Pello driving towards the summit here for Tudor Pro. And it looks like Pello is going to take maximum points there. So Simon Pello takes the maximum points over the top. We'll get some confirmation of the rest of the group. It looked like Castrillo took second, and Castrillo did the right thing there as well. You could see that Simon Pello was going for the points over the top, and he kept that group together, because we've seen it in previous days, haven't we, that everyone's been jumping around and it takes all of the fluidity out of the breakaway and interrupts it, and all of a sudden the gap just evaporates, and that's what they can't afford to do here. Really weird that human powered health are contributing to the chase.
But I think in a way the numbers at the front would be better. You want to have numbers represented. Obviously Green Project Bardiani have 2 riders at the front. If you can get 2 human powered health riders, all it is an advantage. In my mind, I'd be, why not go across to the chase? Now it's come back together. I think before that there was a group of 5. So if I was a sports director, that is okay. You can do that. But now we only have 2 kilometers of descending before we start heading back uphill. So there isn't much respite here. Finish this quick, fast descent, and then we climb again.
And there you have it. There's our KOM. The next one, it kicks up. And the next climb is the Punchat Titiwangsa climb. Is the next climb. It's a category 1. The summit comes with 135.4 kilometers to go. The teams and riders will have been given the instructions from the sport directors behind, who has teammates up the road. So this first part of the stage is really, really tough, and then we descend down after our capped 1 climb. We then have an intermediate sprint at Tasik Temangor, and then we climb to our category 2 climb at Sri Banding, and that will be potentially, John, where this breakaway we'll get an idea, because there's quite we've got a longish descent. We head through Greek and then take in Sungai Rui, which is our final climb of the day. So it will be this middle section here where the potential for a big chase behind kind of, we'll see if anyone who's missed out and has managed to get on that long descent after our next summit has designs on trying to bring this group back.
Obviously, there are some big teams represented, so even if the sprinters make it back, you can go through the teams with sprinters, human powered health. Sasha Vmax, he has a teammate represented. Tudor Pro Cycling, so Decline, he has a rider represented in this breakaway. The team that have really missed out is Astana, Kazakhstan, but they need to wait to make sure Saritsa is back on. So the potential for this group of 9 to stay away and fight it out for stage victory is very high. They have a really good chance. Still only at 48 seconds, but we have to remember that is also a group of a selection. It's been very hard. We had a little view in the Astana car, and that showed us how far and how many riders had gone out the back already. Still have to fight their way up to the top of the climb. This is around 13-14 kilometers. A few bits of up and down throughout it, but overall around about 4%, 3% average. So it's a tough, long drag.
Yes, indeed. Adne van Engelen here, the 30-year-old Dutchman, racing with the Rujai online insurance team. He's another one of those, what I would call the maverick journeyman cyclists, heading out and looking at the sort of victories that his route to where we see him on our screens now with a team from the Asia Tour. He's had stage wins in the Tour of Madagascar. He's been the world university champion. We don't get to hear the World University Championships, but that's got to have a lot of prestige around it. Because I know our British uni championships are always very, very highly sought over. He's had stage wins over in China in his career, and stages and KOM in the Tour of Thailand back in 2021, and has found a home with the Rouge Online Insurance Continental team. I've always found it really interesting. You would come out onto the Asia Tour and bump into and get to know riders like Adney.
Yeah, he's been racing throughout Asia for a long time now. Strong climber though. One to keep an eye on. He's made it into this front group. He may not win the stage today. He might not have the best sprint compared with those other 9 riders in that group. But of course, if this group of 9 stay away all the way to the finish, he doesn't lose any time. He's one to watch on stage 5. We have that mountaintop finish to Genting Highlands. And it is a general classification battle, turning into a general classification battle today. There's still plenty of racing to come. So he's done a really good job there.
56 seconds is the gap, and you can see the bar is open behind, so the riders are looking for their feeds, which means that the chase is not on here at this stage. Everyone just fueling up. The riders going back to the team cars just to grab the boards, and that speaks volumes of the makeup, as we said, of the level of teams and the different teams that we've got in this one. So for a team like Astana Kazakhstan, as you said, Gleb Syriza is possibly their best chance of more stage wins in this race. Do they feel that they've got a rider that can take this race overall? If they don't, then it's about looking after Syriza, getting him to the finish, nursing him through these hills, and giving him a fighting chance to win tomorrow.
Yeah, there's plenty of more chances to come, and I think that's pretty much what they have to do. There is a chance today. You never know. We know we got out to 142 now with 147 kilometers to go. There's still some attacks going on at the front of the peloton. It isn't over yet, but it's not a consistent chase. Those accelerations, and then it's going to slow down again. With the quality and the teams represented in hands up, plenty of trips back to those cars.
It was what we were hoping for. You come into a day like this, and you look at the route, you look at the riders that you've got, and you think, oh, this could be an exciting. I wonder if the GC riders will come out to play today, and they have, and we saw it right from the start. First time the road went up, EF Education Easy Post, the pink jerseys were right to the front, and that kind of goes back to day one when Simon Carr was sprinting out for bonus seconds, and this today is where those bonus seconds will come into play, because if he's in a group and looking at, we'll just, now that we've got our breakaway group, we'll give you a nod of who is where in terms of the general classification, but Simon Carr has been just chipping away at seconds on the board from day one, and if you come into the finish like this today and you're sprinting out of a group of GC riders, that's where those seconds can really count.
Yeah, and of course then you set yourself up for overall. He's a fast little sprinter when he needs to be, so at this time in that group of 9 it'd be interesting. Kavili, Scalo of Green Project Bardiani.
They love a sprint, the Bardiani and the Green Project boys, don't they?
That Italian punchy style, we talked about the amateur scene there, an under-23 racing scene. Create some climbers with that acceleration. It's exactly what we've got in that leading group for Green Project Bardiani. Still see the riders dropping back to the team cars, filling up their back pockets and their jerseys. And the mechanic there in the back, taking the headrest out of the passenger seat. You can then get a good view over the top. Nice little trick.
I don't know about you as a DS. It's difficult. It's more difficult to feed when you're on this side of the car to when the rider's on the left. Do you find that when the mechanic's the one that's got to feed the rider?
The rider should actually just come to the driver's side. They need to come to the right-hand side of the car. And then the driver, then you can pass the bottles out. That's the best way of doing it. At Trinity Racing, we have 3 team cars actually, and one is a right-hand drive, one is a left-hand drive for different races. In Europe, you need to be on the left-hand side of the car. Obviously, they drive on the right-hand side of the road. But sometimes the Europeans come back and they go to the left-hand side of the car, where the driver usually is. What the riders always need to come back to the driver, and then the DS driving the car can hand the bottles out. You then have more control of when you need to. You're always looking forward when you need to give a bottle. It's fine at points like this when the race is really steady. Obviously, you're not holding any a bottle that might be a bit stickier than some others. Some of them, have a bit of energy drink down the side, so you have to hold on to it a little bit longer just to give that little boost.
And you have all your gels, and you have everything in the pockets of the doors and all that. I used to spend my life getting slapped around the ears by my mechanics when I would switch from the right-hand drive cars to the left-hand drive cars, because I'd always find I was clipping the curbs, things like that when you're driving, and my mechanics would always just spend their life just slapping me around the head because it would just freak them out, because you keep clipping the curb with the car. It makes you really popular with the team owner as well.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, it's always a bit of a change.
What happened to the beautiful alloys on my car?
Yeah. Tyres are the other one. You clip a tyre on something. But it's nice when you get in a new car, swap over. It's good in the car. A lot of time.
And although you have radios, do you, as a DS, like the times when the riders come back and you get that interaction one-to-one with them, rather than just on the radio?
Always. Obviously, we're an under-23 team as well, so under-23 races, no race radios at all. And .2 categorized races, they don't have radios. So the riders, we encourage them to come back as much as possible. Some riders just do it so well, they come back, have a chat, which is always strange then, because then you go to the .1 races or the pro races, we race as well, and we have one of the riders this year, Luke Lamperty with Trinity Racing. He's moving on to Soudal Quickstep for next year and the year after, but he is a really communication constantly, either coming back to have a chat with the car. And in one of the pro races, the commissaires kind of don't understand what's going on, because Luke will always come back and talk, and that's because of what he's and experienced he is. He comes back, has a chat in every race we do, and the commissaires normally are questioning why he's there for so long. But he just likes coming back, have a conversation. It's always good to actually get a read of the race as well. You can have a conversation, you can hear over radio how someone's feeling, but it is quite short and crackly. If you have a conversation, you can look into someone's eyes and actually see how they're feeling, how hard the race has been, what needs to be done, what can be done better. So it's always good to have a chat. I think the best way is to come back and have a conversation with your DS.
Yeah, because it's the motivation as well, isn't it? That it's that positive reinforcement, that little word can make a huge difference. Yeah,
just to get a good guide of what's going on, in my opinion. You have so much information. You have quite a bit of information, the radio, TV coverage, if you're at a race with live TV, and you can follow what's going on in the race. But it's the riders at the front, they're the riders who feel the race. They have to have an understanding of what's going on, and the best riders in the world have that. They don't need a radio to tell them what's going on. They know what's going on. They've been racing their bikes for countless years before that. So sometimes I know there's a lot of conversation about race radios, and riders being told what they need to do and they're just riding their bikes. But it's not like that at all. The best riders feel the race, and most of the time race radios can only do so much. They're very good. You remind them of points they need to be at the front, and that's of course where they're going to be. But they also have, you know, a Garmin, a Wahoo, a head unit from all around the world and different types, but that tells you where you need to be. Stem notes tell you what kilometre you need to be at the front. It doesn't matter about a race radio telling you. You should be able to read and know what kilometre you're at, and you're at the front when you need to be. Yeah, it's easier said than done, but race radios, they get a bit of stick recently, but from a safety point of view, so key, to be honest. If there's a problem on the course, anything that happens, danger points, we need to be able to tell the riders what's going on. We saw, you know, C options. The World Championships, there's no race radios, and unfortunately this year there was a protest on the road that stopped the race for about 40 minutes. They handled it really well, the organisation, but the riders who were actually in the breakaway had no idea what's going on. With race radios, you're able to say, right, we need to stop the race for safety reasons in 4 kilometres, and it isn't a shock then to the riders who are just racing. They want to carry on racing. You're in the zone. You forget about everything else that goes on when you're racing. So from a safety point of view, I always think race radios are a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell the guys, okay, there's a descent here. The report there's a big pothole on the left.
Yeah.
Make sure you avoid that. There's some road furniture in the middle that you've got to just take care on and that kind of thing, because you all do so much prep. That's what's always so interesting. My colleague that I work with throughout the year, Danny Christmas, is a DS with Canyon SRAM, and I always say she's forensic in her prep, and you all have to be, don't you?
Yeah, constantly looking, and you can't control everything. You're racing on closed roads, but it's most of the time it's a rolling road closure. So sometimes there's a truck that had stopped and waited for the race to come through, but that's obviously narrowed the road. So we need to, you can plan. You can't plan for traffic or road conditions. We have so many tools now, VeloViewer, Google Maps. You can look through everything you can, but they're not updated daily, are they? They might have started roadworks that night or the night before. Yeah. So you get to something, and even the race organisation didn't even know it was happening. It might have been an emergency repair that they had to go out and perform. So yeah, you can only do so much, but it's good to help keep the riders safe and prepared for what's coming up.
One of the funniest things I've ever had. Well, funny is the right word. We got to the finish of one stage of a race, and the road was being relayed. Like the whole road was being relayed, but it was being relayed because it was full of potholes and it wasn't to the standard. But they decided to do it that morning. So the race had started. The race was coming through, and it was. It was the days of when Primož Roglič was with Adria Mobile, and we were here. Right, the race is done. Primož Roglič is on his own. He's ahead, and it kind of went down into a big dip, into a valley, and then up a big climb to come out of it. And they laid the road. They got the roller out, and they made it flat. And then a little group of local ladies came out with brooms, swept the road, painted a line on it, and
off they went.
And came Primož for a little victory a little while later on. So it's it's always really funny when you go around the world, different races, and that sort of thing happens.
Yeah, they could do it quite fast. So it's always
it depends where you are in the world.
How they can do it.
There'd be someone with a high vis and a clipboard if it was the UK. You'd have to go through. You'd have to go through all the health and safety checks. They wouldn't allow it. No. Welcome aboard if you're just joining us today for stage 3 of Le Tour de Langkawi. We have some breakaway for you. Simon Carr in the pink here, and wearing number 1 of EF Education Easy Post. He sits in the general classification 5th at 12 seconds, does Simon Carr. Number 52 here, another British rider, Paul Double from Human Powered Health. He sits 47th overall at 16 seconds, does Paul Double. We have 2 riders from the Green Project Bardiani CSF Faizan. You have Matteo Scalco from the Green Project. Matteo is 75th at 16 seconds. His teammate Luca Covilli is 70th, also at 16 seconds. We have Juan Bao Company from the Euskaltel-Euskadi team in the orange. He is 16th overall at 15 seconds. We have number 61, Pablo Castrillo. There's our confirmation of our King of the Mountains. I was just going to give you that after this. Simon Pello taking 5 ahead of Pablo Castrillo, Luca Covilli and Matteo Scalco. So Simon Pello is the virtual King of the Mountains on the road, and that shows that for Pello from Tudor Pro Cycling, he's chasing that King of the Mountains jersey today, and there's a lot of points on offer throughout this one today. Pablo Castrillo, who took 2nd on that KOM there, he is 12th at 14 seconds, is Pablo Castrillo. We've seen him on the attack so far this week. We have Simon Pello, who sits 45th at 16 seconds. Joachim Mugilde is also in the breakaway from Caja Rural. He's 14th at 14 seconds. And then we go to Adne van Engelen, who is up there for the Rujai online insurance team. He's 88th at 16 seconds. So your highest placed rider in your breakaway group is Simon Carr. So if it stopped at this point, he would be the leader. We're heading towards our next King of the Mountains point of the day, Puncak Titiwangsa. 10, 8, 6, 4, 2 and 1 points on offer over the top of the next climb of the day. So expect the man in black, Simon Pello, to be going after the King of the Mountains points. For the other riders, you would say in this group, Simon Carr, Paul Doubles, they are here to try and take some GC points. Simon Pello can climb. I'm not sure he's got a race winning Genting Highlands kind of climb in his legs. As we've said, Adne van Engelen from the Netherlands, from the Rujai team in that blue and white and orange kit. He's a rider that we will need to keep a cheeky eye on, as well the 2 Italians, Luca Covilli and Matteo Scalco. Scalco just being 19 years old, and that's always been the beauty of the Tour de Langkawi throughout its history. We've seen teams bringing young riders to this race to test them out, to give them an opportunity to race up an absolute monster like the Genting Highlands, and it gives them a really good idea of what sort of climber they are. We've seen Hugh Carthy in here in the past. Jose Serpa back in the day was a great climber who loved romping up the Genting Highlands to challenge and take victories in La Tour de Langkawi. So for the Green Project Bardiani, for Scalco or Covilli, who's a bit older, but a great climber, it sets things up beautifully. 2 minutes and 30 seconds is the gap with 137 kilometers to go. It's the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, the last time we went to the front of the peloton, that were controlling affairs, because you can see, looking around this group, there aren't many teams that have missed out. Bolton Equities Black Spoke and Astana being 2 of them. The rest of the teams within the race, Corotec Sella Italia have missed out as well. Teranganu don't have a rider up here in the breakaway as well. So there's not really many teams left behind to chase this one.
No, there really isn't. So this 9, we saw how good they were when they first went away. Now 2 minutes 30 of an advantage. A quality group of 9. Very likely and a very good chance for them to stay away all the way to the end. Just going off who is going to be chasing them. This is setting up This group of 9 could be our general classification battle. All looking pretty much under control at the moment. They're committed to that really hard battle to make the breakaway, and now they have made it. They settle down, start working well together. Team cars now are behind them as well.
We're heading up towards the King of the Mountains second point of the day. Simon Pello taking maximum points over the top of the first climb. Will he be going for the second one? You can see now just accelerating through to the front. That's the experience of Simon Pello. And Scalco and Kavili both up there. Little Pello wants some more points. 500 meters now up to the summit. They need also here to keep the fluidity of the brake. If they want to sprint it out, you don't want to really interrupt the brake too much. You just see Simon Pello there. Got the nature's natural energy food in his pocket. Got banana in his pocket. Got his gels there as well. Took the first ones, just laying off here for Tudor Pro Cycling on that bright red BMC bike. Out of the saddle for Pello, looking to just line this up potentially. There he goes, and just comes over the top, and the Italians are going to react to that, but Simon Pello's got momentum. Cavilli and Scalco chasing him down, but the experience there of Simon Pello, the Swiss man from Tudor Pro Cycling, dropped right to the back, and he takes the second climb of the day, so building quite an advantage now in the King of the Mountains. It was Scalco that took second, Cavilli taking third spot. So 10 points scored there for Simon Pello. That gives him 15 points in the King of the Mountains after 2 climbs. Luca Cavilli there, just shaking out his legs. So the King of the Mountains really starting to take shape now, and you can see the breakaway behind. There's quite a good shot there, John, of that breakaway, and just as the 3 have sprinted it out, they've just kept working through and off.
Yeah, they just settle into the rhythm. They hold the speed they were riding at. No point panicking and trying to close them down. Those 3 will wait for them to be caught. They won't make it really easy. As you can see, slowly still riding through. But all that group now back together. Long descent now.
It is long way. Paul Double on the back here, just having a drink. Man from Winchester, from my hometown. From my old cycling club as well, VC Venter. Big shout out to all the VC Venter club members who I know will be tuning in to watch. Had a few members, Chris and Sam Hughes, to give a little shout out to Paul Double today. Thanks for tuning in. And Paul Double from the VC Venter club in Winchester. And that has developed many riders over the years, but Paul Double really inspiring all the youngsters in Winchester to that they can achieve great things. He took himself off to Italy, based himself down there, got a pro contract with MG Kvis, and then into Human Powered Health. He won a stage of Tour of Bulgaria last year, did Paul Double, and heading off to the Iolo Cometo team for next year, the 27-year-old Brit. So good to see him in there. 2 minutes and 10 seconds is the gap from the breakaway group back to the peloton. And we'll just get a glimpse of, is it Team Ukio that look like they're also now come through to the front to help in the chase. Teams that all have missed out on this, the directors will be in their ears, just look at the way they've got this peloton lined out here. This quite a concerted chase that they've got going on. The peloton in one long line.
It's good. in a way, Bolton Equities, Blacksburg taking the race on. But there is, just depend who they have in that group. Are they riding for stage victory, or are they chasing it for general classification hopes? It's a very reduced peloton. It's almost 40 or 50 riders at the most. So are they riding for stage victory, or do they need to bring this back to give their general classification hopes a go? If there's a rider like Matt Bostock who's made it, who's climbed well enough to make it, he has a very good chance in a reduced group sprint. But this is a quality group of 9 up the road. It's going to take a lot of effort. Of course, that group is reduced. It means that the sprinters aren't there. And it looks like, actually, might be Matt Bostock who is riding on the front for Blacksburg Bolton Equities. So that's my pick of sprinter for the stage victory, riding on the front of that chasing group. So they're riding for general classification, that means, and their general classification hopes.
So this, it's got a bit of a, it sort of rocks and rolls over the top of this climb before we start the really, really long descent. That comes with about 125 points, just over the 125 kilometre to go points where we really start descending. We descend down until around 108 kilometres to go, so almost a 20 kilometre descent before we start. There's a little kick, a little plateau, a little couple of little lumps, and then we start the next climb of the day. And in terms of the King of the Mountains classification, and we do also have that intermediate sprint to come in Tasik Temangor, the 3, 2, 1 seconds. That's with 103.9 kilometers to go, so about 30 kilometers. We've got that long descent into the town, and then the 3, 2, and 1 bonus sprint that we have on offer. Bolton Equities Blacksburg lining it out here to try and get this race under control. They missed out on the breakaway and have been put to task, you would say, now on the front.
Yeah, straight away. Sometimes you see a lot of teams, more the French style, if they have missed a break, they just send their riders to the front to close things down, almost as punishment for them not making that breakaway. Bolton Equities, Blacksburg, 2 riders to the front. And behind that, though, no one else is going to help them. Greek Kern Farmer behind that. They have a rider represented in that breakaway. So it's all up to the 2 riders to try and control this break. And they're doing the right thing. They've started chasing early. So that means it's holding that group at 2 minutes 10 on our last time check. If it goes any further than that, it's so hard to bring back. So you just need to make sure you start chasing early enough. Hard with a group this big and a group so committed to working. It's the perfect size to go all the way to the end, but just because of that doesn't mean you can't give up the chase, and that's exactly what they're doing. Just need to hold it and try and bring it back later on. Still 131 kilometers remaining, plenty of time, and you get off an updated time check already. We talked about holding and bringing it back. It's now down to 1 minute 50.
Yeah, Matt Bostock can pull a brake back when he needs to as well.
He really can. Strong track rider from the Isle of Man. Part of the GB setup on the track, Team Pursuit, and in the bunch races, Omniums, Madison's. Represented Isle of Man at Commonwealth Games, World Cup for GB.
Very good in our tour series as well.
Strong.
Yeah, we normally have a criterium series in the UK. It didn't take place this year, unfortunately. But Matt Bostock was really good in that with the Canyon team.
Yeah, and it's great that he's been able to step up. Bolton Equities gave him that chance. A high quality rider, and having that opportunity on the world stage in some of the biggest races, he's be able to really show what he can do. He's riding on the front now, but he's been a brilliant job of moving through that process. So strong, of course. It's great to see him in a good team on the world stage.
Because he's quite versatile as well.
Very
isn't he?
versatile.
He's sort of got that track background, and we sort of sometimes maybe guilty just pigeonhole him as a sprinter.
Yeah, he's not. He's definitely not. In a way, he's not an out-and-out sprinter. He's very fast, but he can climb well. A good threshold, can get over climbs when he needs to. So if he can develop at Bolton Equities Blackstroke, I'm sure he can have a really good career.
There's confirmation of the King of the Mountains result at Puncak Titiwangsa, the Cat 1 climb. Simon Pelotek's maximum points, Mateus Gauka, Luca Cavilli, Andy Van Engelen, Paul Double and Simon Carr. Your point scorers. We get some beautiful shots here at the summits of our KOM. Our next objective along the route will be our intermediate sprint to come with 103.9 kilometers at Tasik Temangor. You're off for a short commercial break. Make sure you come back. We'll see you in a few moments.
To achieve big goals, to bring new possibilities, partnerships and collaborations are imperative. With the focus of people, planet and profit, together with our partners, we are amplifying our efforts to reduce carbon emissions in our downstream operations. To strike a balance between business goals and environmental needs, at the same time recognizing and addressing the plastic waste and pollution in the economy. One of downstream subsidiaries, PETRONAS Chemicals Group, is committed shifting the industry towards a circular economy approach, better known as New Plastics Economy.
Thanks to technology and collaborations, this will not become a mere figment of imagination, but soon will be a reality for us. Working with a global player, we are currently looking at the possibility of building a chemical recycling plant, creating enterprise value in energy transitions such as sustainable fuel and cleaner forms of energy for mobility. It is up to us to make our planet a better place, one that we will be proud to leave behind for the future generation. It is our hope to inspire change, and together we will forge ahead towards a greener tomorrow. This is my pledge to the organization.
This is our pledge to you.
welcome back. If you're rejoining us for stage 3 of Le Tour de Langkawi from Jeli to Baling. 183.1 kilometers today. Our police bike on the right there, just cutting the grass for us nicely along the side. We have gone over the first intermediate sprint, 2 climbs, and heading on this long descent now towards Tasik Temangor, where we will have our next intermediate sprint of the day. Just 2 of those in total, 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds on offer at that point. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through this year's Tour de Langkawi. And we have a breakaway group. This is Rob Finnegan. Very well-known voice on Radio Tour is Rob Finnegan. Good to see him in the car. We have, I'll just give you your results in case you're just tuning in today. So our first sprint at Jeli was, we had a sprint. Armin Curry and Shuki went through. The first KOM of the day was Simon Pello from Castrillo, Covili and Scalco. Our second KOM of the day was Simon Pello from Scalco, Covili, Van England double and car. That means that Simon Pello now has 15 points in the King of the Mountains classification. Scalco has 7. He's scored 7 so far. For Covili, he now has 8 points in the King of the Mountains. So Simon Pello trying to build a decent advantage in the King of the Mountains classification. On board with Graham Jones, our race director from Great Britain. 1 minute and 40 seconds is the gap from the breakaway group to the peloton. 120 kilometers of the stage remaining. If they can keep this gap around that sort of 2-minute mark, that as this stage goes on, when we get through that 100k to go point, we get into the next series of climbs, what they'll be hoping is that Bolton Equities Black Spoke just run out of riders in the chase, because they're the only team chasing really at the moment.
Yeah, and it's a solid group of 9 at the lead, so they're going to have to sacrifice a lot of riders to bring them back, but they've made a good job of it so far. Now 1 minute 40. Last time checks, it went out to 2 minute 10, 2 minute 20, and it's slowly coming back down. But it is a small selection already in that chasing peloton. Probably around a group of 40, 50 riders trying to make contact with that group of 9 out front. The sprinters that have taken victories over the last 2 days, Decline and Zaritza, they were both distanced on the first category 2 climb we went up today, and with plenty of others. It's been a real tough start to the day.
It's very much going to be a day of survival for the sprinters. That's where our leaders are. There's a live location of where our leaders are on the descent. So it's been a fairly frantic start to the stage, as we've had throughout the first 3 stages of Le Tour de Langkawi this year. We're on board there with Terengganu Polygon. If you haven't been with us so far, and we weren't with us at the top of the programme, Arvid Decline of Tudor Pro Cycling took a 2-second advantage over Gleb Zaritza into today. 10 seconds to Sasha Vimas and Tegswaya Batsakan. Simon Carr in our breakaway group, he was sat 5th overall at 12 seconds. So that means he is the virtual leader on the road at this stage of the race. And if you're new to cycling or you're tuning in, you're not quite sure what that means. If we were to stop the race right now, Simon Carr would be our leader. That's what we mean by virtual leader. He's the virtual leader on the road. Enrico Zanoncello was 6th coming into today. Thomas Barter 7th at 13 seconds. Sarawat Sirionchai in 8th for the Thailand Continental Team. John Aguirre and Tom Scully are top 10, 13 seconds separating the top 10 overall. But looking at the makeup of our front group here, if this group can go all the way to the finish, we could have some significant changes in the general classification. Our breakaway group, if you are just joining us for the first time today, is Simon Carr here in the pink for EF Education Easy Post. Paul Double for Human Powered Health, wearing number 52. You've got Matteo Scalco and Luca Cavilli in the green and white of the Green Project Bardiani CSF Faizan. You've got Pablo Castillo of Equipo Kern Pharma, Adne Van Engelen from the Ruja Online Insurance Team, Simon Pello from Tudor Pro Cycling, and Joachim Mirgolde from Caja Rural. That is the makeup of your group. 212 was 231 actually, with 141 kilometers to go was the maximum gap that they have enjoyed so far. They're holding them well on the descent as we head in towards the intermediate sprint. It does look like it's coming down slightly. I think if they can get onto the flat and just keep driving on here, the Black Spoke, the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team are doing a good job in controlling it. 1:03 we're being given is the gap. So the chase is fairly major at the moment.
Really major. It keeps coming down and down. I really want to keep an updated view of the situation in that peloton. They're doing really well to bring that gap down so fast. This group of 9 though, I thought they were on it. They were ready for a stage victory in my mind when they went away. But Bolton Equities Black Spoke, they must be having a chase of their lives, to be honest. They need to close this down as soon as possible. It's always dangerous when you do, because the counterattacks come, and if you miss the next move and you've used and sacrificed all those guys to bring this group of 9 back, if you miss the next move, then that's gone. You've already used your riders up.
It's an interesting show of strength from Bolton Equities Black Spoke as well, to take the responsibility from the chase, because you wouldn't initially have thought they would be the team that who would take the responsibility.
But they did. Now we get a look back, and it has been just the 2 riders from Bolton Equities on the front.
We've got Bardi, we've got the Green Project lined out behind them.
Yeah. But where are the other riders from the team? It's hard to spot them through the line. This is working out for a team like Astana Kazakhstan team though. They haven't put a rider there. They've missed that front split of 9. Bit of a gamble for them, but this is looking good for them. They've been able, if this comes back together, they're back in the race. Gone from a very bad situation. Slowly coming down. 115 kilometers still remaining though.
The riders in this group will be given an update on where they are. There is this sort of little kicker as well. There's some little lumps like this, which should help the breakaway, you would say, because it really is sort of the momentum of the peloton just on the descent that seems to be bringing this back. There's a little kick here, and there's one with about 108.5 kilometers to go where it does kick up, and we head in towards our intermediate sprint. The Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, Logan Curry just dropping back to the team car for some bottles.
And a bit of conversation there as well with the director sportif.
Just seeing if we could listen in, see what was being said between the sport director and Logan Curry. This group will also be given the word, and in this situation, if they hear that the gap's coming down to a minute, they know that they've got a race on their hands. They will want to extend this one back out. They've got to use every possible place along this route where they, like these little climbs here, to try and sort of punch back and take some more seconds.
Yeah, they made a big effort to get up the road and to open up that gap. They have got teammates behind. EF Education Easy Post, all their riders in that chasing group, they have a rider up the road. So a rider like Simon Carr, in a way, he's tried his luck the rest of this course isn't as difficult as the opening 60, 70 kilometers. So now, does he start saving himself for day 5? Actually looks like George Jackson is that second wheel as well. Recognise the mullet. If he's riding on the front, which he is, him and Bostock, he's actually just come up for a conversation maybe with Bostock. We were questioning why they are riding. We're trying to figure out if they're riding for general classification hopes or they're riding for a sprint. If George Jackson is there, a really good sprinter in a reduced group. Doesn't look like he was actually contributing to the chase. It was Bostock mainly. He just came up and sat behind him. So he is with the likes of Decline, Saritza, Sasha Vmouse, Human Powered Health, all distanced. He's got hopes and his sights set on trying to win from a big group sprint. Already taken some victories really recently in Asia, so we know he's on good form. So that's answered our question, I think, why Bolton Equities are riding. They want to bring it back for a sprint for Jackson.
There's a long way to go. A minute is the gap. If they're going to control it, it's going to be a long ride for Matt Bostock to bring this one back on his own. And you can see the Green Project Bardiani CSF Faizan riders are just lined out behind him. Euskadel, Euskadi are also happy with the situation. They've got Juan Bao company in that front group. So it is a lonely solo chase, you would say here, by Matt Bostock. They are holding it at a minute. It's this sort of gap. It is to bring it back by a minute on a descent is, it's doable. To bring 2 minutes back on your own when that breakaway are swapping through and off, you kind of take that initial sort of shock and awe where you can hit the speed really, really high. You're hoping that you can just launch yourself across the gap. When you get down to a minute, this group start communicating with each other and are like, okay, they're coming back to us, because they potentially don't know how many are riding on the front, and there might be the conversation looking around in this breakaway and thinking, well, who's chasing? It's got to be Astonada or someone that's on the front.
Yeah, you would think it. The way it's come down, do you think at least 2 or 3 teams have joined together? One thing they have done well, Bolton Equities, Blacksburg here, is bring the gap down to a close enough gap that it might tempt other teams to join them. If it went any further, then you're trying to get riders to join you when it's going to be a really hard battle to do. But when it gets closer and you hold them at a close enough gap, that dangles the stage victory in front of that peloton, and they're constantly thinking, "Oh, I'm still in the hunt for a victory here." So it means they might then join in and contribute as we get further into the race. Be interesting to see how many riders they have left in that group. It's good that Bostock is riding and being able to control that breakaway, but you still need the riders there for the finish. If you're going to sacrifice the riders to make sure it all comes back together, then you are gambling and making sure that it all stays together in the running. You need someone there to protect Jackson, to help lead him out, position him in the final sprint as well. So it'd be good to come back and see how many numbers they do actually have in that peloton.
Simon Carr out of the saddle for EF Education Easy Post in those pink jerseys. Juan Bao. And good to see our 2 Italians in here, particularly 19-year-old Matteo Scalco. Has the pressure now gone out of the peloton? Still fairly well lined out here at the moment. I'll just update you on our GC in the King of the Mountains, where we are after those first 2 climbs. Simon Pello is now at the top of the standings in the King of the Mountains with 15 points to Mateus Galco's 9. Luca Corbili is third with 8, and then we go back to Mizuki, who has the jersey on his shoulders today. He's fourth with 4 points. And then Van Engelen, the man on the back of the group here for the Rujai Online Insurance team. He has now moved himself up to 5th in the King of the Mountains with 4 points. This breakaway are looking like they know that they've got to really fire this one now. There isn't an opportunity to sort of sit and wait. They have to drive. Everyone has to be fully committed to this one, which they have been. And you can see Simon Pello, as we saw him on the front of the peloton yesterday, always very vocal in his breakaways and in his riding.
Well, he knows how to control the breakaway, and that means he knows how to keep a breakaway away as well, because that experience for him riding on the front and controlling so many pelotons for so many years, then you work the opposite way. He knows how to make it hard for someone who's chasing in the peloton, because he's experienced it plenty enough times. This is a bit of a testing out period. It's going to be difficult to judge. If these riders can really hold on, even though it's come down to a minute, they just have to almost, it's a battle of wills between the peloton and the riders chasing it and this breakaway. If they can just hold them at this gap for a long enough time and hope that the peloton really crack. And as soon as they start losing riders, then this gap could go a long way out the other way. So it's just this middle period now. It's good that they're all committed, they're all rolling through. No one's skipping any turns yet. That's why the good part of 9 riders, 8 or 9 riders is the perfect amount. You have enough time resting and recovering in the wheels, and then you're able to do a turn on the front. You're able to roll through at a good pace.
We're getting in towards this next little kick along the route. So around this point, the road goes up. This should help our breakaway, given how efficient they are, how well they've been working. We're 6 kilometers away from our first little tick off of the day, I think, when we get through 100 kilometers to go. That is, if you've been with us line to line so far this week for Little Langkawi, that is a little milestone each day that we just tick off when we get through 100 kilometers to go. The peloton, I'm sure, will be hoping for a bit of respite, that they Bolton Equities Black Spoke team might just take the pressure off the front. Just a touch, but Matt Bostock seems like he's fully committed in the chase today. Jackson has dropped back to right to the back of the peloton now. You can see the man with the mullet for Bolton Equities Black Spoke was up towards the front, sat behind Matt Bostock, and has just dropped right to the back of the peloton. So no drifting room now for George Jackson.
You can see on the left hand side there, EF Education Easy Post Swan Years and team members dropping off the musettes. Cepeda, a bit of a slowdown, made sure he got his musette. Usually two bottles in there, an ice sock, plenty of gels and food, maybe even a little can of Fanta or a can of Coke.
Then a little cake. I like a cake as well. We love cake in our musette.
Sweets, little couple sweets in there maybe.
Maybe some Haribo. Would you have some Haribo during the stage?
Maybe, yeah. Did like jelly babies as well, but they're a bit messy, aren't they? Sugar everywhere.
I love jelly babies in the pocket as well. Good call. 500 meters to the sprint. So we go across the bridge here, and we're going to have the intermediate sprint here for the bonus seconds. So the sprint opening up. Bilgote trying to get in there. Double right on the wheel. Here comes Wan Bao. Simon Carr trying to move up. You can see they've gone long here. 100 meters to go, and it's the EF Education Easy Post rider that's trying to come over the top and take the seconds. We'll get confirmation of that. Motorbike just a little bit out of being able to see if he got it, but he looked like his timing was good.
Yeah, he was following, wasn't he? He didn't jump. People went quite early there. Interesting, the confirmation when we get it. Carl, we know he's been going for bonus seconds already, picked up some in the first 2 stages. We're already straight in to our next KOM. No waiting around, no respite in between the sprint and the KOM this time.
Yeah, right into it. The next climb of the day at Sri Banding, 8.1 kilometers. It averages 4.2%. Sorry, just looking at my notes. 4.2% average, but it has got ramps. 8.5%, 7.5%. So it's not an easy climb by any means, and it does feel. I don't know if you'd agree. It feels like Bolton Equities Black Spoke felt that they needed between the plateau at the top of the climb and through this intermediate sprint point. That's why they went for that shock and awe kind of tactics. We can see the gaps now gone back out here to a minute and 15. They felt that they were instructed they needed to bring it back by here.
Yeah, they need to keep it under control. Still 104k to go. If they've got the legs and holding it at 1 minute 15, they can bring it back. But they are setting up a bit of a difficult time for themselves. A strong climbing group of 9 that went on the King of the Mountains, but then after this, we have a pretty much a fast descent after this climb. And then the final 23 kilometers are pretty flat and fast, and into a slight headwind, which isn't good news for the Breakaway. Breakaway would always want a tailwind. But you can see how steep the climb is in parts here. All riders in their smaller chainring. Not all the way at the top of the block, probably 3 or 4 down from the top. But it's definitely steep enough for the riders to be dropping it into the little ring.
It's quite a tell, isn't it, when pro riders end up on the small chainring. But you see Luca Cavili just shifting back onto the big chainring. Minute 22 is the gap. It is going back out. Great work done by Matt Bostock and the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. They brought it back to a minute, but the Breakaway faced off against them and started to just trade punches with the peloton, and they have now taken the gap back out as we start the next climb of the day. And they've just taken it back out to minute 22.
They're doing the right thing here. If they are sprinting for George Jackson, they want to set him up for a stage victory, then they need to ride steadier on the climb. So expect the gap to go back out. It's over the top and on the flat roads where they'll bring the gap down. But that Breakaway, all strong climbers, they will be able to open up the gap to the peloton. We saw how fast it came down, so for Bolton Equities Black Spoke, they'll be hoping for the same again once they reach the top of this KOM.
Hannes Vilsch there for Tudor Pro Cycling. Just, you see, we're getting a good glimpse of different riders and the way they approach a climb. He was riding really high cadence, the Tudor rider.
Trying to save the legs as much as possible. Just had a bit of a view of Corotec Salatalia as well. They have also missed that Breakaway. They haven't been contributing to any chase. But for Bolton Equities, they've done the job at first. They'll be hoping a team like Corotec might come up and join them later on. They'll be hoping a team like Corotec might come up and join them later on.
In time with the team car in Terengganu. Little wave. Big up the Terengganu team car. Good to see everyone on board with our coverage in the team cars today. We're just having a little listen in, see if we could get an idea of what's going on in the Terengganu team car, and they're watching our coverage as well. Good to see that they're with us. That's our live pictures of where our leaders are. That is the climb ahead of the riders. So climbing well, minute 22, 104 kilometres of the stage remaining. Our breakaway fighting back against that chase that had been organised by the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team on that descent. Monster job done by Matt Bostock to take a big chunk out of the lead of the breakaway on that descent. But as they start to climb, a real talented group of climbers are our breakaway. So they're looking to just fight back, try and put some time into the peloton behind. Astana, already a successful race for them so far. We're on board there with the Astana Kazakhstan team car with Gleb Syriza yesterday, sprinting really well. Real young talent is the 23-year-old from Astana. And they'll just be looking at, I'm sure, just shepherd him through today, get him to the finish, give him an opportunity to sprint tomorrow. And it is one of those days for anyone that's watching this, tuning in on a live stream that might be new to cycling, and for the sprinters, a day like this, although they have to try and climb really, really steady, what is it essentially that takes that real sting out of their legs if they can, even if they can get over these sort of climbs?
Yeah, there's so much to take into account. Obviously, the best sprinters have that big acceleration, that 20-second power, 30-second power is through the roof, whereas the threshold then is reduced, so they don't have that same depth on the long climbs. You get a bit of confirmation of sprint 2.
Juan Bao Company, Paul Double and Simon Carr is the result through our sprint.
But going back to the hard start of today, that really put the big sprinters in difficulty. And as soon as they do that, it really makes it difficult for them. They can ride at a steady pace, but if they ride at a steady pace, the front group goes further away. So you try and hold on for as long as possible before you enter that red zone and really end up getting shelled and completely blow. So if you can have a teammate with you or a couple teammates, then you can ride within yourself. But then it's a big chase then from your teammates to really close that group back down. Similar to what Matt Bostock there, Bolton Equities Black Spoke, is having to do to close that 9 down. The leading breakaway. There is still chances. It's always difficult though. We had really 3 top class sprinters at this race. That was Syriza, Decline, and then Sasha V-Mouse. We saw them battling on stage 1. Stage 2, they swapped places. Syriza got the best. But those teams do have general classification hopes, so they can't just commit to one rider for the sprint as well. So that's changed the dynamic of the team. We look towards Human Powered Health. They have Paul Double up the road in that breakaway, and probably their GC hope for the race. So they're not going to contribute or wait for Sasha V-Mouse. They're riding for GC hopes today. It's the same with Tudor Pro Cycling. Simon Pilu on the front. He's ridden on the front for 2 days, controlling breakaways. Now he's found himself at the front, making it hard for his compatriot who would be on the front chasing him down.
And as you said, it's so interesting, and you said earlier on, it's the ability to control a break or command a break, because someone of his experience within this move, especially when you've got Mateusz Skalko here, he's 19. To have someone like Simon Pello who in the break, the gap's gone out to a minute 36, because Pello will be do this, ride here, change here, change where we're riding. If you come into a crosswind, someone like him would then potentially direct the brake and how they ride and where.
Yeah, and we talk about from when you're chasing a breakaway, you think about how the places where you're going to go faster than the peloton to try and close up time, and it's the same in the breakaway. Where are we going to be able to take time on the peloton? Through technical sections, possibly, when they don't have to fight for position. There's 9 of them in the break, and of course on the climbs, like we are on now, they have to understand that peloton wants a group sprint, especially Bolton Equities. So if they make it harder on the climbs, that means the peloton will slow down to look after the legs of Jackson or any other sprinters in that group. So it's just about trying to, but also in this breakaway, they've been there for a long time, they need to manage their efforts. No point going too hard and emptying yourself. Potentially now with the gap, when it comes down like that, you think maybe this isn't a general classification day. Maybe we do need to save it. We still have 5 days racing after this. So it's just this constant managing mathematics in your head of what I need to do. Is this an effort that is key to winning the race, or is this an effort that could cost me losing the race?
You have to be fairly multi-skilled and be able to think on your feet as a bike rider, don't you?
Constantly. There's no... the best riders in the world can do it. They just do it naturally. And that's why they're so good. Constantly thinking about not just what is in your mind or what's going on. You need to think about what everyone else is doing constantly. Read a race. And understand the race as well.
Joachim Milgade on the front here for Categorized is 23-year-old Spanish rider riding for the Spanish team. And just on his far side, Mateo Scalco, as we said, the 19-year-old rider from Green Project, Bardiani CSF Faizan. And Bardiani have always done this, haven't they, with young riders, and we see it more and more. We've seen it we've seen it more in the women's pro peloton, because they have to come in as straight out of the junior ranks into a big team, because we don't have an established under-23 scene in women's cycling. But for the men, we are now, and would you say with Remco Evenepoel, the way they signed him out of the juniors was the sort of the catalyst for the more and more teams to take on riders straight out of the junior ranks?
Yeah, it happened a couple times before that, but not very often. And yeah, I think it has had the Remco Evenepoel effect. Everyone wants to get those riders early if they can, and not miss super talent that could be coming through.
Jambalan Sambayer is on the attack here for Terengganu Polygon. We saw moments ago the Terengganu team car, and the man here from Mongolia, another one of our Mongolian riders, national champion of Mongolia in the road race, and 10 career victories that he's had throughout his career. Kind of successful season as Jambalan Sembaye. So good to see the Terengganu team on the attack. So 1 minute and 43 is the gap that he's going to have to cross, which is a tall order. They, you would say, potentially played that quite sensibly there, Terengganu. They saw Bolton Equities Black Spoke were doing the work, just left them on the front, and then rely on Sembaye here to do the work to try and come across, because he was 9th overall on general classification last year.
Yeah, strong attack there. It's going to be a hard solo effort to close that gap now. 1 minute 43. He's definitely brave. I'll give him that. Really brave. But he's gone when he needed to. Just has to settle into his effort now. That gap now, 107 on our last time check. riding well, settled in.
Really brave. Come on, look. And with the...
He has settled, settling in exactly what he needs to do. You've got to hold an effort that you are able to carry on with. There's no point going too deep and then just blowing up and going back to the peloton. And when you do get there, you can have a little bit of a rest and recover. The racing hasn't stopped here. Bolton Equities Black Spoke were the ones that brought the break closer. But all that that's meant is there been counter-attacks now starting. 43-second gap now back to the peloton. You still see him.
43-second gap.
Closing gap, closing slowly and slowly.
Yeah, 43-second gap already.
That group of 9 will know he's coming across. Good job so far.
Looking strong on the climb, and if you finish 9th on general classification last year, as Jambalad Sambayer did for Terengganu Polygon, you could climb. And a talented rider is the national champion of Mongolia, Simon Bello, starting to just slide around on the back of the group. The pressure is on here. The Tudor Pro Cycling man is leading now in the King of the Mountains, and it's for Pello. He's done so many kilometers on the front of the peloton the first 2 days.
I wonder if it's a bit of gamesmanship though. Is he just sitting back and ready for the sprint? Now only 500 meters to go, so maybe he's been smart here. He can go at the back, he can read what's happening, laying off, giving himself an opportunity to accelerate into the wheel and then go straight over the top.
He's just playing a little bit of cat and mouse here. Simon Pello just making sure he doesn't get boxed, making sure he's got enough room to jump. Everyone will be looking around, see where the man from Tudor Pro Cycling is. 96 kilometers to go, our summit here with 95 and a half, and now Pello goes right down the left-hand side of the road. So from one side to the other of this really wide road, the man from Tudor Pro Cycling, and Luca Cavilli goes with him. Pello, though, there you have it. There's a lesson in how you win the King of the Mountains. Pello going to take maximum points from Cavilli. So he takes another 5 points in the King of the Mountains classification. And it looked like Matteo Scalco just coming across just ahead of him. Job done, objective achieved for the Tudor man. He sacrifices himself day in, day out for his sprinter after decline over the first 2 days of Tour de Langkawi. Now he gives himself a chance at a big prize. The King of the Mountains would be hugely prestigious for Simon Pello to have in his career as well. He's had a really, really successful career as the Swiss man, and adding the King of the Mountains here in Tour de Langkawi will, I'm sure, be very welcome. 1:07 to our man from Terengganu Polygon. Can he get himself across? Jambalad Sambayer crossing that gap alone. 1:50. We're seeing a bit of rain spots now on the lens of the camera. The weather forecast today was for some heavy rain, and if you haven't been with us in the opening days of Tour de Langkawi, when it rains here, it's like getting a swimming pool dumped on your head sometimes, and it does rain quickly and heavily, and then it just disappears again, as is the weather in this part of the world. If you are just joining us today, welcome aboard. This is stage 3 of the 27th edition of Le Tour de Langkawi, Asia's premier stage race. The 27th edition of this fabulous race here in Malaysia. 183.1 kilometers today from Jeli to Baling. Over 2,000 meters of climbing the riders are having to tackle today. We started with an intermediate sprint at Jeli, went on to a category 2 climb, onto a cat 1 with 135.1 to go through the intermediate sprint at Tasik Temangor, onto our summit here with 95.4 kilometers to go at Sri Banding. And then we have one more KOM point today. It's a category 3 climb, and the summit comes with 37.4 kilometers to go. This is going to be some ride if Jambalan Sambayer of Terengganu Polygon can get himself. Ooh, little bump there. Heart in mouth moment there for Sambayer. Just bounced his hand off his brake lever, just hit a pothole. Nice save for Sambayer. You saw him quickly just recover. It's quite, you can see the road quite potholy on this descent. He's got 1 minute and 7 to cross the gap. Going into the day, Arvid de Klein leading in the general classification. We haven't had a nod where Arvid de Klein is. A lot of the sprinters were distanced early on in the day. He went into today wearing our turquoise leader's jersey. It was 2 seconds in the GC between him and Gleb Zuri. So Sasha Vimas in third, 10 seconds. Tegshbayer Batchakan of the Rijai Online Insurance Team was fourth at 10 seconds. Simon Carr, who's in our breakaway group, started the day in fifth at 12 seconds. So he is still the virtual leader on the road, is the EF Education Easy Post rider. Don't forget, we also have 10, 6 and 4 bonus seconds on the line. So Simon Carr started the day at 12 seconds. Luca Cavilli and Mateus Skalka of Green Project Bardiani CSF Falzan, they started the day at 16 seconds. So did Simon Pelo, as did Paul Double started at 16 seconds. Pablo Castrillo of Equipo Confirma, he started today at 14. Jan Bao at 15 seconds. Joachim Mergode was 14th at 14 seconds. Adne van Engelen at 16 seconds. So there's still moments there for the finish, and in terms of those bonus seconds. Jambalan Sambayer here started today at 67th at 16 seconds. So for the Terengganu Polygon rider, the national champion of Mongolia, this is about putting himself in a position to challenge on the Genting Highlands. If, as I said, if he finished in the top 10 on GC last year, then he has the potential to do that again, and that will be the objective for him, and to try and take this race overall. They missed out on the breaks, got some work to do. It's the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team that are back on the front here with what is a reduced group behind, but it does point that their sprinters potentially are in there. You can see constantly just using the descents, using these flat sections to try and punch holes in that group, in that gap to the leaders. But behind them, the Green Project Bardiani and Euskatel Euskadi are all lined out behind them. Minute 40 is the gap. Our top 10 on GC last year, so Ivan Sosa took the victory ahead of Hugh Carthy, Torsten Treen. George Bennett was up there, Ina Rubio, Esteban Chavez, Eduardo Sepulveda, Ruben Fernandez, Jamblad Sambayer, as I said, in 9th, and Andre Zeitz was 10th. There's your picture of where we are. That's where our leaders are along the route. So 92 kilometers to go. So beautiful shots around Tasik Banding here. Our drone is up there. So Tasik Temangor. Up here, the Temangor Lake here in Malaysia. And up to about 1,533 meters up towards the peak. So the Banjar and the Titiwangsa Road, scenic highway winding through the mountain range to the northern part of the peninsula of Malaysia. The road renowned for its breathtaking and natural beauty. So you can see all the natural wildlife. So they have a very diverse avian population here. So always take your binoculars if you come out to this part of the world. And known this whole region as well, the rainforest, the Baling Rainforest, 300,000 hectares, making it one of the oldest rainforests in the world. Incredible biodiversity in the Baling Rainforest. So celebrated flora and fauna, its rare and endangered species. And as we head through our stage today, our Royal Baling State Park, a significant portion of the rainforest protected. The Royal Baling State Park, established in 2003, UNESCO World Heritage Site, and also takes in Lake Temangor, the vast man-made lake, and you can take in your boat rides on the lake at Lake Temangor. Plenty of outdoor activities, and it's home to the indigenous Orange Asli that you saw, communities who have lived in harmony with nature for generations. And your visitors can learn about their way of life, their hunting, gathering and traditional crafts. And a lot of conservation efforts in this region as well. The Baling Rainforest is a hub for conservation efforts and ecotourism, playing a role in funding the conservation initiatives. And visitors to the area can support these by participating in responsible tourism activities that help protect this invaluable national treasure. And the Baling Rainforest is one of the few places in the world where you also, while we watch our cuisine here, which is also very, very important, you can encounter the world's largest flower, the Rafflesia. These gigantic parasitic flowers bloom infrequently in a rare and fascinating sight for botany enthusiasts. And this area, the Malayan tiger, the Asian elephant, the white-handed gibbon, and various species of hornbills. So bird watchers and wildlife enthusiasts are in for a treat when you come to this beautiful part of the world. And access to the Baling Rainforest primarily through the town of Gerak in Perak. From there, you as a visitor can arrange tours and excursions into the rainforest and your boat rides. Malaysia, truly Asia, it's a beautiful part of the world. I can't say that enough on this race. And you getting your glimpses there of the beauty and what you can see. This is your turquoise leaders jersey of Arvid de Klein. And a lot of chat going on within the group. ...86 kilometres to go. His rider's just dropping back. We'll see where he is within that group. Is he just in that chasing group behind? If he is, he's doing a storming ride if he is just in that group at 1:40, but at the moment I think he's quite far down.
Yeah, I think this is the back group, the Gruppetto. Settled into what they need to do. They need to make the 15% time cut. Shouldn't have a problem with that, to be honest. And a big enough group to work together. Does mean we'll be looking at a new leader come the end of the day in general classification. And also, I did catch a glimpse of Batsakan, the Rujai Online Insurance. He is the current leader in the Asian riders category. Of course, we might be losing that jersey as well. Also, likely the King of the Mountain jersey will be changing hands, and even potentially that points jersey. We've spotted it, that orange jersey there, currently on the shoulders of Gleb Saritsa. He wears it for Arvid Decline. Interesting one. This is the back group, and you saw how many riders lost contact with the peloton. They're making their way to the top of our third King of the Mountains. So they are currently 10 kilometers or so behind that front group. Also have a look there. Sasha Vimaus is there. Attilo Viviani on the left there for Corotec Cell Italia. Nice little group, a laughing group, the Gruppetto. They just need to make their way to the finish to fight another day. I'm enjoying these looks into the team cars. See what's going on behind the scenes. We always watch the riders. So much between the rest of the team members throughout the day, not just the team managers, the director sportifs, the mechanics in the back, sat there squashed between all the spare wheels. And then the team soigneurs and other team staff out on course feeding, handed out musettes. Just as you can see there, the Astana rider filling his pockets. And they start the descent. Rain coming down. Temperature still nice and warm though, around 27, 28 degrees today. Even with a bit of rain, it's not the end of the world. You wouldn't want to be putting a jacket on. You end up getting too hot, sweating from the inside, and you end up wetter from both sides. But a brilliant day of racing we've had, straight from the start. A lot of attacks, and then that group of 9. Making it hard for that chasing peloton. Be interesting to see if there is any more counter-attacks. Bolton Equities, Black Spoke are the team controlling things, hoping to bring everything back together for a sprint for George Jackson. As the riders battle through this rainforest, and there is confirmation of our third King of the Mountain, Simon Pouleur, picking up 5 points, taking his total to 20 points. That means he will be wearing that King of the Mountains jersey at the end of today's stage. Bit of a battle one more King of the Mountain, third category. That comes with 37.4k to go. We're just going to shoot off for another quick commercial break. Hopefully, see you all very soon.
Segala pandangan dunia menatap Global events have pushed energy transition into high gear. This required PETRONAS to adjust our sails to weather the waves of change. By adjusting the way we think, plan and do business, we continue to deliver results through strategic and decisive measures. We rigorously reduce costs and maintain liquidity. We continue to create value sustainably. The Kasawari CCS project offshore Sarawak, for example, is set to help us significantly reduce our carbon emissions, lessen environmental impact and create value where it comes on stream.
Safety, value creation and sustainability are what guide us in all that we do. We are bringing solutions for a better future, such as the use of robotics and deployment of remote operations. We are transforming our decommissioned rig into flourishing underwater reefs, making clean water accessible with our Water for Life program. We even use solar energy to drive all these solutions. And these are just some of the ways we bring progressive solutions for a sustainable future.
As the energy landscape reinvents itself, particularly in the upstream space, our continuous efforts are focused towards making our business safe, resilient, low cost and low carbon. This is something that we must do because we are part of the solution. This is my pledge to the organization.
This is our pledge to you.
Welcome back to stage 3 of Le Tour de Langkawi. 183.1 kilometers from Jeli to Baling. Thanks for your company today. And what a stage it has been so far, and it is setting up for an absolutely thrilling finish if the first part of the stage is anything to go by. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through Le Tour de Langkawi this year. And our breakaway group, you can see the gap is down to just 54 seconds from our leaders to our chasers. And made it up to the breakaway, adding his firepower to the break is Mongolian national champion Jambaland Sambayer. So you can see him crossing the gap and getting into our breakaway group. That adds some fresh legs even after his chase to get up there. Your breakaway group is made up of, as I said, Jambaland Sambayer from Terengganu Polygon, Simon Carr of EF Education, Easy Post, Paul Double of Human Powered Health, Matteo Scalco of the Green Project Bardiani, Luca Covili, also from the Green Project Bardiani, CSF Team 1, about a company from Euskaltel Euskadi in the bright orange jersey, Pablo Castrillo of Equipo Kern Pharma, Adley van England from the Rujai online insurance team, Simon Pelon in the black of Tudor Pro Cycling, and Joachim Mergodet of Caja Rural. 71 kilometers of the stage remaining. And it was been Simon Pello. He's really been the man of the break so far in terms of the King of the Mountains classification, taking the first climb of the day at Jeli, took him the second climb of the day at Puncak Titiwangsa. He then took the third climb of the day at Sri Banding Yam Bao, taking the intermediate sprint at Tasik Temangor ahead of Paul Double and Simon Carr. The final sprint of the day comes with 37.4 kilometers of the stage remaining. The gap is falling. We haven't got any pictures of who is chasing behind, but the big gamble to go early on in this one, John, will it pay off for them? That's the big question.
Yeah, they've been able to control it and bring that gap back. It went out to 2 minutes 40. The maximum it's had. Still, the run-in now is a lot more simple and a lot easier than the beginning of the stage. But have that peloton use too much to close that gap down to 54 seconds. Still close enough to a minute further ahead. So still plenty of work to do in that peloton. Now a group of 10 as well. You can see the rain. This is our first glimpse back at the chasing group.
It's grisly when it's like this. This is Arvid Decline and Tudor Pro Cycling. This is our race leader who's chasing to get back in here.
Yeah, I think this is group 3 on the road. So this is the group Hetto. This isn't the first chasing group. Don't think they would have joined back together. We had a view of them earlier. They were around 10 kilometers behind. So that group we've just saw there aren't at 54 seconds. They're further back than that.
So our overall leader has got some work to do to come back to the pointy end of the race today. Are our breakaway starting to look a little bit fatigued here though as well? They've got that sort of manner about them a little bit.
Yeah, there's a few people trying to skip turns now. Unfortunately, they probably know that their day is done, actually. With it 54 seconds, 68k to go, it's very unlikely they might be able to stay away until the end. So that changes their mindset massively. If they're not going to be fighting out for stage victory. There's a good example there, Paul Double of Human Powered Health. Not continuing to roll through. He is sat on letting riders slip back in.
And is that again just recovery mode, just thinking, okay, we're going to get caught quite soon, I need to have something left when we do?
I think it's probably a call from the team behind as well. You're not likely to stay away. Got another big general classification day in 2 days' time. You've done what you needed to do. You've tried. You've made it difficult for your other GC contenders. It's been a tough start to the day. But really, you need to save now. Save that energy for future days coming up.
And out of this group, you've got to say the big winner is Simon Pello with King of the Mountains.
And I think that's maybe the reason he was really going for those King of the Mountain points. Maybe he isn't hoping for a general classification result. So he's gone out. He's trying to secure maximum points in every KOM.
We're going back to the peloton now, and it is the Bolton Equities Black Spoke, and it looks like they've had some help from Coro Texella Italia. But big props, big respect to Bolton Equities Black Spoke today in the way that they've stepped up and really led this chase and been the team of the strong team of the day in terms of the control and the chase.
Yeah, and it's been this man, Matt Bostock from the Isle of Man, who's the one who started riding first. This is exactly what we talked about earlier. They needed to bring the gap close enough to entice other teams to start chasing, and that's what Corotec Sal Italia have decided to do. They have 5 riders in this group, 4 just sat a little bit further back, and 1 now who started to take turns with Bostock on the front. The 1 rider missing there in this group is Attilo Viviani. He was in that Gruppetto group, sprinters group. But still, they have to ride. They're the teams who have missed it. Still a chance for a stage victory. Still 66 kilometers to go. Now the gap to 1:04.
It's very the next set of kilometers, really, the next 10 kilometers or so is quite like this, very flat, sort of just very gently rolling, and then we do climb up onto another plateau and then climb up to our final King of the Mountains point of the day. But if that peloton can get them back through this valley, I think if they get on to the next climb, they may well take the gap out again. And then how much more does riding does Matt Bostock have in the legs today? As we go back, we are getting a glimpse here of the assistance that he is getting on the front, and it is these 2 riders that are just swapping off on the front of the peloton.
It seems like a 2-man job now. They're trying their best. Just saw one of the team cars coming past that bunch going up to the breakaway to give some support. And another one coming up left hand side of your screen. Of course, in a race like this, they only have 1 team car, so they have to look after the bunch and the breakaway.
Nice big roads to get past on though, aren't they?
Beautifully. Really, that's the human powered health making their way up to Paul Double. Yeah, plenty of space. Sometimes in racing in Europe, you're in Belgium, or there are plenty of narrow roads and no time to actually get past the bunch to go support your breakaway riders, so easy enough to do it here.
Yeah. Just having a look down through that group as we go back up to the front, just shaking out his legs, Luca Cavilli. Paul Double's been skipping turns for quite a while. We'll see if this gap does go back out for them. Pello's still driving on as you would expect at the front. Juan Bao just having a chat with his breakaway companions, a fellow Spanish rider, just to see what he's potentially, what he's feeling, what he's thinking in terms of persisting with this. But they're all in as well. They've just got to keep riding this whole group. They are invested. You never know, even at a minute, if they're holding a minute and it's yo-yoing between a minute and a minute 20 kind of thing. But you just never know. If you can just gas it again and take it out there, then you could potentially take it. You could potentially take it all the way to the finish.
You could do, and there's only 2 riders in that peloton chasing. So it's not. It's 10 against 2. So if you just keep going, open that gap again, and potentially it could really go out, and the peloton really run out of riders and firepower to bring this break back.
There's only 2 riders chasing, just stay here, yeah?
That's a bit of gels. It's exactly the perfect time. You can go back to the car. You don't have to carry all that food around with you for the whole stage. When you've got your car behind you, go back, pick up some extra gels, some extra bottles.
And as the DS for Terengganu just said to his rider there, he said there's only 2 riders riding behind. You've got to keep riding, and that was the instruction.
Yeah. You need to keep up. Don't give up. It's a reduced peloton. It's not as such like you think of a big bunch sprint and a big 100. It could be 120 riders, but that is only 40, 50 riders, maybe even 60 at the most. So they're going to run out of riders, and you can see Bostock. That's the first time he started to go backwards. The legs may be running out of gas. You saw the way he was pedaling there. It was really tough.
I think the fuel gauge has been on for a while. The red light's been on for a while, blinking. So it might be that it is finally job done for Matt Bostock. We did say at what point might he run out of legs, and it'll be whether Corratec Sella Italia will then just take their responsibility and continue in the chase. We're climbing again. The road's going up. If this group can get themselves organised, if they can get another 20k and still hold a minute and then just open the gas one more time, they could potentially stay away. It's going to be a tall order, but it is this whole break against 2 riders.
Yeah. And soon, if Bostock goes backwards like he just did, it could be 10 riders against 1. So it's still on. They've done very well to bring the gap down. There's no denying that. But closing a minute gap, that is the hardest bit now.
And he's looking around for help.
Yeah, you're being patient because you don't want to catch him too soon, because then it opens up the floodgates for more attacks. But to close it down is pretty difficult. It's the Gruppetto on the road, the 3rd group.
There's Viviani just dropping back down through the group.
Of course, our main sprinters are back here. That's number 91. Daniel Babor and Thomas Barter. Our King of the Mountains current leader as well. Mazuki. Fortunately, that jersey won't be on his back by the end of the day. Looks like it'll be going onto the shoulders of Simon Pilu.
And we're looking for our turquoise leaders jersey and our orange points jersey. And they were the sprinters were huddled together pretty much, and we just see our Malaysian national team rider just coming up on the outside. Handful of gels, jersey full of bottles. And they've done a great job the opening couple of days, Terengganu, to have this polka dot jersey, and we saw them swapping it around within the team. It's a shame that Jan Balance didn't manage to go with the break when it went earlier on, because he could have potentially kept that within the team if he had wanted to.
Yeah, they really could, but they've raced really hard, and now they have a rider in that lead group as well. So now they have a group of 10. They're covering every move, racing really hard. So yeah, you take your hats off to them.
And the Genting Highlands, with Jan Balance finishing in the top 10 last year, the Genting Highlands is one of those climbs, and once you race it full gas against the likes of Ivan Sosa and Hugh Carthy, George Bennett, Esteban Chavez, like Jan Balance Sambayer did to finish in the top 10 last year, another year on, another year stronger, another year more confident, it's not set outside the realms of reality that Terengganu could challenge for this race. And how massive would that be to have a rider from Mongolia, the national champion of Mongolia, take and challenge for the Tour de Langkawi?
Yeah, it'd be brilliant for him to be fighting for victory. But a brilliant group of 10, and still touch and go. They might be going and battling all the way for stage victory. Wait and see, 60 kilometres to go.
We're going to take our final commercial break. Make sure you come back soon.
Everything we do has an impact on the climate. But how can we transform that from a negative into a positive?
It's amazing to see just how focused they are on providing opportunities for young, talented minds. It's so important to give back and create opportunities. PETRONAS have so many projects. I've been out to the Rainforest and seen some of the work they're doing there. That gives me encouragement that we're going in the right direction.
It's about working together to deliver sustainable impact. The Eco Care Centre in Kerteh is a collaboration with the Malaysian Nature Society and PETRONAS. It features displays, exhibits and information about the unique ecosystem of Kerteh.
The whole essence of creating PETRONAS was really to create that positive social impact. We're able to also create more employment opportunities. A large number of our recipients are from underprivileged families, and changing them also eventually to help them change the lives of the people around them.
The energy we produce, the innovation we promote, the people we support are all aimed at being a positive force, delivering progress for society.
Powered by Marvel 2.
Welcome back to stage 3 of Le Tour de Langkawi, 183.1 kilometers today from Jeli to Baling. Thanks for joining us. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you throughout Le Tour de Langkawi with a line-to-line coverage that we have to keep you busy. And I hope you've been enjoying what has been a great stage so far. Very much a battle that we wanted for the general classification in this year's race. On paper, it looked like a tough day. Over 2,000 meters of climbing for the riders to tackle today. We, of course, have our summit finish to the Genting Highlands on stage 5. But the day for general classification riders to put time into their rivals. We have got a good group at the head of the race. It has been Bolton Equities, Black Spoke and the Corotec Sella Italia team that have been doing the lion's share of the work in the peloton behind. It was Matt Bostock that had been working throughout the day. 57 kilometers to go. They're still holding a minute and 12 seconds. So the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, assisted recently by Corotec Sella Italia, brought it back to just under a minute. But this is the tough part. This is where, as a small group like this, it will really start to hurt. It's not like when you see in the Tour de France when they're coming into a sprint finish and you've got a team in its entirety on the front working to bring back that breakaway. We do work on that rule of 1 minute per 10 kilometers, but in this situation you've got a breakaway against one rider, and your breakaway is made up of Simon Carr of EF Education, Easy Post, Paul Double of Human Powered Health, Matteo Scalco and Luca Covilli of the Green Project Bardiani, Juan Bao, company of Euskaltel Euskadi, Pablo Castillo of Equipo Confirma, Adley Van Engelen of the Rujai Online Insurance Team, Simon Pella of Tudor Pro Cycling, and Joachim Mergelde of Achacherau. They were then joined at the front by Terengani Polygon's Jan Balance and Sain Bayer, who was up there in the general classification last year, and he did a sterling job to jump across the gap on the climb. They're showing now a minute and 35, John, with 57k to go. We would say advantage breakaway.
We really would, and now actually it's Logan Curry who's come to the front for Bolton Equities Black Spoke. He's the only rider riding on the front as well. You have to take your hats off to Terenganu and Sain Bayer, the Mongolian road race champion. When that gap was that close, he made the decision to jump across. He's made it now to a group of 10, and the gap is going out. So what a move. If this goes and stays away, couldn't have timed it any better. Now we get a look at that peloton, and finally Astana, Kazakhstan team, have moved to the front. They are now contributing to the chase. They were the big team that missed out. So now it looks like it's between them and Bolton Equities Black Spoke who are left to try and bring this race back together.
And out of the Astana team, who would you say there is going to be their biggest hope for GC in this one?
I'm probably looking at Harold Martin Lopez, even though he has stepped up from the development team this year, a strong climber. Be interesting to see who's in that group. They have a really young team riding today, obviously including, if you exclude Gleb Sarista, Leonardo Basso. They were in that third group on the road. So they are just riding for their general classification hopes. Does mean they might just want to bring it at a closer point, may not bring it all the way back. Even if it was 30 seconds at the finish, that still keeps them in the game when they come to stage 5, because when they get there, it's going to be such a hard climb. If they let this break go out to 2 minutes, to then try and bring 2 minutes back, it's near enough impossible.
I think, as you said, Jambal Sambayer's crossing of that gap on that climb was phenomenal. The way it was a great lesson in how to close a gap.
Yeah, and it's been perfectly timed. That was when the gap was actually at its smallest. The points it was around 47 seconds a minute at the most, and he rode that climb perfectly, and he's made it across. And if the way it's going, if that gap to the peloton and the breakaway is getting bigger and bigger, tactically, fantastic move.
I just think that Joachim Mergelday has been dropped from this leading group, the man from Caja Rural. That could potentially change the dynamic over the final 50k, because with him dropped from the group for Caja Rural in that group behind, it then means that they could potentially join the chase, depending on who they've got in that group.
Depends who they have in that group. We saw Daniel Babor and Thomas Barter. They're both the Czechia pair and sprinters. They were in that back group, even further back. So it does depend who they have left remaining. So actually they only have 3 riders at the most in that second group. And then you try and think about the plan for the team. Is it a general classification rider, or is it someone that could win the sprint or win the stage today?
That's the big question. Back to our break. Paul Double on the back. 53 seconds. Minute and 25 is the gap.
Interestingly now, Paul Double doesn't look like he's contributing to that front group. It's been a while now. He has been sat on. Still sat there as well. If I was in that breakaway with him, I'd start be asking questions. Why aren't you rolling through?
It's one of those points as well at this stage where it starts to get annoying, doesn't it, if someone's sitting on like that?
Well, we're getting close to the final hour of racing. 52 kilometers to go. Getting closer and closer to the finish. And they've ridden at a good pace all day. Been very hard from the start. There has to be some questions asked. I'd be asking what is going on. Come on, you can't just sit there. I'm not going to tow you to a chance at a stage victory or move you really far up in general classification battle.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good climber. They'll know what Paul Double can do on the big climbs. That's where he's made his name.
Yeah, and still he sits towards the back of the group. Tactically brilliant from Double, but for the other riders in the breakaway, surely you'd be having a conversation, seeing what's going on.
So he's still climbing. Simon Carr in the pink of EF Education. Easy post. You can see everyone just getting directed to the left here. And this breakaway group have been together. And they kicked things off early on in the day. 153k to go. They had 30 seconds. Hello and welcome to stage 3 of La Tour de Langkawi, 183.1 kilometers today. Let's take a look back to yesterday's stage 2 from Kuala Terengganu to Kota Baru. It was an eventful day out on the course, multiple breakaways. It took a long time for the breakaway to be established. Yon Aguirre taking the first sprint of the day. It was a battle between Mazuki, Arafin and Mudgeway at the top of the King of the Mountains, with Mazuki taking the first climb at the day at Sept. The breakaway at this point was fairly sizable in numbers. Mazuki edging out Mudgeway for the second. That gave the Terengganu Polygon rider the lead in the King of the Mountains classification. We then went on to the intermediate sprint at Bandar Permaisuri, where Luke Mudgeway took it from Sorzakis, with Callum Johnson in third. Bizarrely, Mudgeway and Sorzakis decided their day in the breakaway was done, and this left just one rider behind, one rider at the head of the race, being Callum Johnson. We went on to sprint 3, and it was all back together into the finish, with Arvid de Klein in the leader's jersey being led out by his team. He had won on the opening day, but it was Gleb Zaritsa of the Astana, Kazakhstan team that came through for a second career Tour de Langkawi stage victory, and deservedly so. The 23-year-old man from Astana, Kazakhstan, taking the stage with Madzuki in the polka dot jersey as King of the Mountains, Bachakan in the white jersey as the best Asian rider.
Peluang untuk ini untuk mendapatkan poin ikutnya ataupun Amiru. So I'm try lah.
I don't know. I think it could be a bunch finish, but yeah, it just depends how strong the breakaway is. If it goes early or if it goes on the climb, maybe a stronger break, then have more chance to get to the end. So yeah, it just all depends on that, and definitely going to be a different race to the previous 2 days.
Very important for the person of this team.
This is what the riders have ahead of them on stage 3, and a big day, a potential general classification day. 183.1 kilometers from Jeli to Baling, and straight out of the blocks. A Cat 2 climb, a Cat 1 climb, a long descent in towards the intermediate sprint at Temangor, 2 more climbs along the route, a Cat 2 and a Cat 3. Arvid de Klein took a 2-second advantage into day 2. Sasha Vimas third at 10 seconds, 25 degrees Celsius at the start. De Klein in turquoise as race leader. Zaritsa keeping the orange jersey warm for him in second place in the points standings. Madzuki at the top of the King of the Mountains, 4 points to teammates Ayman 3, Batskan third with 2. The best Asia rider jersey, 3-second advantage in that Green Project Bardiani in the team classification. Early on, first breakaway of the day, Ayman taking that from Logan Curry. It came back together, and then our big break of the day going clear under the pressure of EF Education Easy Post. At the summit, it was Simon Pello of Tudor Pro Cycling that took the first points of the day, taking 5 ahead of Castrillo, Cavili and Scalco. On to the second climb of the day at Puncak Titiwangsa, and Pello taking that with 10 points ahead of Scalco, taking 8, Cavili taking 6. So the Tudor Pro Cycling man, who we've seen on the front for the first 2 stages of this race, has designs on the King of the Mountains jersey. On to the intermediate sprint at Tasik and Temangor, and Jan Bao, company of Euskadel Euskadi, taking the 3 points in the 3 seconds ahead of Paul Double, and with Simon Carr taking 1. We then had a chase by Jambalant's Sambayer as we came up towards the summit at Sri Banding. Simon Pello taking that ahead of Luca Cavili, Matteo Scalco with Adne Van Engelen sweeping up the 1 point on the Cat 2 climb. So Pello really building a great advantage in the King of the Mountains classification. We just have one more counting climb along the route today. That comes at 37.4 kilometers to go today. We are in a beautiful part of Malaysia, up in the rainforest today. 48 kilometers to go. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Our breakaway are still holding over the peloton, who have, we've got to say, big respect out to the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, and particularly Matt Bostock today, who has done a phenomenal job in trying to control the breakaway for that very reduced bunch behind. It's 28 degrees Celsius. We've had rain showers peppered throughout the day today. Thanks for your company. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through today's race action, the gap in terms of how the breakaway has gone today. With 153 kilometers to go, they had 30 seconds. It's built up. We've had a gap in excess of 2.5 minutes at points. It came back to 57 seconds when Jambalant jumped across that gap. We can see with 47k to go, we're down to 1 minute and 22 seconds. John, is it looking more likely now that this breakaway could go all the way to the finish?
It could, but as we join them again, we keep losing more and more riders. There was a group of 10. We've now lost the Casa Royale rider, Mulgalde. Now that reduced to a group of 9. Simon Pellu is trying to make sure everyone's riding through. We've seen Paul Double kind of missing turns. He's now back through. And you see Pellu of Tudor Pro Cycling ordering the riders through. They need to work well together. That gap is at 1 minute 20. They still have a chance of staying away until the end, but it's a big chase coming from behind now. Black Spoke, Bolton Equities, still there. They're riding on the front, but now Astana, Kazakhstan have joined in the chase. Still touch and go, but if the 9 riders in the lead can keep working well together, they're in for a big chance of taking stage victory.
And in terms of that breakaway, when you're out this long, I mean, it is rare to see a breakaway that goes this early and goes this long in a stage race. Is it about, as we see Simon Pello really being the break general and really trying to direct everyone, it's about managing that collective fatigue of everybody, isn't it?
Yeah, and it is hard. They've been out for a long time, but this is a chance at victory. You need to just take these opportunities when they come along. It's going to be a hard day, whatever happens, but you've already committed so much of an effort to be where you are, to give yourself a chance, and it's too far out to start playing games. You have to just keep it rolling through, and if everyone's committed and happy enough rolling through at that right speed, you're all in it together. It's easier when there's 9 of you taking turns. As soon as a few start sitting on, then that ruins the whole rhythm and the speed of that group.
Matteo Scalco just had dropped back to the car, and Pello just having a word with Simon Carr as he's gone through. 1:22. This breakaway has been away for over 100 kilometers already, and Pello out of this group. Looking at this group, Pello's the fastest finisher in here on paper, you would say.
Yeah, and I think that's again another reason why he's so keen for it to stay away, and also for general classification hopes. He can climb well. He's won the overall Tour de Bretagne this year, which is a tough old stage race, 7-day stage race in Bretagne, northern France. Hard days, constantly tough finishing circuits. But Simon Pellu is ordering this group, trying to keep them moving. He had a good conversation with Simon Carr, another experienced rider on the front here from EF Education Easy Post. If you do notice the one little move, so the usual thing they do is you go through and off. The faster rider will then go down the one side of the road, let's say the right-hand side, and then move to the left. And then the next rider goes over the top of him, almost rotating and keeping the effort as smooth as possible. If you notice one thing there, Simon Carr went through and almost carried on accelerating, and that first forced Kern Farmer's Castrillo to follow him. It's good, it's a long turn, but all you're doing is hurting the legs of your breakaway companions, and then they don't want to ride with you. You need to just keep them, you need to keep that whole group together and happy for as long as possible, sharing the workload. Of course, in the final 10 kilometers on a drag or something, that's the perfect time for Carr to try and hurt the legs and push on to try and go solo. But it's still a long way to go to be making your breakaway companions suffer.
We're climbing at this point. We head up to for another. We'll start to just creep over the top of this. The peloton are now on this rise, and then we'll go over the top onto the flat section, and then kick up onto our final counting climb of the day, which is our Cat 3 climb, and that is at Sri Banding. The terms of the length of the next climb, it's 2.3 kilometers. It averages 6.2%. And in this group, you look at Simon Carr and you look at the strong riders. At that point, is that a potential to just shake the tree and see if you can take it down to the select few that have still got the riding in them to take it to the finish?
That's exactly your opportunity to do it. You try and drop the riders that are having the issue. Simon Carr here just comes back to the car to collect the bottle from one of his sports directors. Good chance to have a bit of a conversation as well, exactly what we're talking about. You've got an opportunity to make that group a selection, and then you have riders who are riding for general classification who are committed all the way to the finish. Instead of looking for stage victories, you want to try and get away with a group that are going for the overall, so they're all committed and they're not too worried about the stage victory. Because if you have that group of 9, there's riders who won't be out and out general classification riders. They start sitting on, they want to win stage victory on stage 3.
We're seeing our cavalcade in towards the finish here at the end of stage 3 of Le Tour de Langkawi, and there is a lot of organisation that goes into keeping this race on the road. And the 27th edition of Le Tour de Langkawi, a very, very popular race here in Malaysia, and the crowds do come out in force around the country to come and watch it. And as always, the fabulous sponsors of a race. The race wouldn't happen without the sponsorship of the companies and the tourism boards and the Ministry of Youth and Sport here in Malaysia, that do a great job on putting this race together.
Also getting a good look at the finish here. So around 300 meters to go. It's the final right-hand corner. Quite nice and wide there, plenty of room, and then a straight run in for the final 250 meters to the finish.
Yeah. How would you be approaching that in a breakaway scenario?
It's similar in a way. There's a bunch sprint, you want to be in a good position. Probably third wheel would be perfect, just there, and then you can launch off someone else and kick him.
Let's hear from our race director. Spoke to him this morning.
Is it ample to make it smooth?
Yeah, so far, I mean,
the organisers this time is all MSN, some new people, but the main organiser and the CEO of the organiser, Emir, is experienced in this side of the organising. So far everything's gone well. For me, there's nothing really missing. Everything can always be better, but cycle road racing on open roads is always subject to some difficulties, but we always try to overcome them, and so far so good.
Okay. In other aspects, is there any added value that we can add on for this race?
Or maybe we can, it'd be nice to get for example, a car sponsor, vehicle sponsor for the future. And maybe, next year we can this year was a little bit more difficult with getting the top teams, but I think next year with some more advance notice and the continuity in organise is very important for the same organiser to continue every year. And if we can do that, I think next year, from now on, I think Tour Langkawi can only go upwards.
Thank you.
Okay, macam untuk race hari ini, ialah memang hari ini cakap berbukit. Jadi memang teruk juga hari ini. Jadi hari ini cuba untuk untuk nak cuba bertahankan untuk duduk dalam kedudukan first group lah. Jadi yalah, insya-Allah jalan ni pun memang selalu pernah training apa semua. Jadi hari ini mampu buat yang terbaik untuk diri sendiri. Dan juga yalah, kalau ada peluang untuk ini untuk dapatkan poin KOM ataupun Amiro. So try lah untuk cuba dia bawa Amiro pergi untuk ambil poin KOM. So ialah harap semua berjalan dengan lancar hari ini dan dapat kekuatan yang luar biasa lah pada hari ini.
Okey, dengan berbanding dengan tahun lalu dengan tahun ni, adakah strategi yang sama? Aiman simpan diri Aiman semalam, hari ini bawa Aiman.
Ya, lebih kurang macam tu. Aiman simpan semalam, tapi hari ini untuk hari inilah untuk macam penentuan dia untuk Aiman untuk nak dapatkan. Ialah Aiman cuba buat yang terbaik, cuba tengok keadaan perlombaan pada hari ini macam mana. Jadi ialah Aiman try my best untuk hari ini. So hari lain tu lain cerita. Jadi walau macam mana pun hari ni memang cuba buat yang terbaik dulu. Dan memang cuba bertahan lah untuk dalam first group untuk stay ni. Stay hari ni. Okey, sama-sama.
All the best, all the best.
Siap zon-zon pecutan dan pendakian ini menghasilkan mata.
How do you see today the team? Where will they be?
Yeah, I think we've got to see. It's been like really fast starts and quite a long time for the breakaways to go. So I think we've got to be attentive to that. And then once it settles down, obviously then we can decide the tactics if we have a guy in front or if we have no one in front. And so it's just going to really depend on that start.
So there will be a breakaway and it's not going to be a bunch finish for today?
I don't know. I think it could be a bunch finish, but it just depends. Depends how strong the breakaway is. If it goes early or if it goes on the climb, maybe a stronger break. Then they have more chance to get to the end. It just all depends on that, and probably quite unpredictable. We don't really know how strong a climbers people are going to be. It's definitely going to be a different race to the previous 2 days.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Thank you. So, we know that you are super climbers. So
38 kilometres to go, and that man there, Simon Carr, is on the attack, and he's been fighting for seconds throughout this race so far. He was the man that started this breakaway with his EF Education Easy Post teammates. He's being chased hard here by Paul Double, Simon Pello and Luca Covili. Carr has a glance back over the shoulder. This is a bold move now by Simon Carr.
This is exactly what we talked about. Simon Carr has to do this. He's riding for general classification. You try and pull the riders out that you want with you. And you have a group of 4 who are committed to going all the way to the finish line.
Paul Double crossing the gap to Simon Carr, and Paul Double, he did take the moments when the gap had come down to just take a bit of a rest. Up towards the summit of the King of the Mountains, Simon Carr is just trying to take a group clear that could potentially go all the way to the finish. Simon Pello has scored throughout the day in the King of the Mountains. He's on the back. He's not going to score this time, but he will pull on the King of the Mountains leader's jersey at the end of the stage today. Car double Kavili will be our points scorers. 1 minute and 6 seconds with 38 kilometers to go. And the fight from this point onwards, we have a decent descent, John, and then we have it's fairly flat to the finish.
There's around 20 kilometers from the base of the descent. This is the group behind. Again, if they're running for a sprint, if they're looking after Jackson, Bolton Equities Black Spoke, they need to ride at a good pace, a controlled pace on this climb. No waiting around from the breakaway though. Simon Cart has started it all off. Getting closer and closer. 1 minute and 6. Still, the breakaway have a chance of fighting for stage victory here.
And Simon Pello gets back on here for Tudor Pro Cycling. So from 10 to 4, it's Paul Double, Simon Carr, Luca Covili and Simon Pello, who are our 4 leaders on this long sweeping descent that you can see here. Carr, as with EF Education, Easy Post, really was the aggressor very early on today. And it's been a really big day, because we're used to, aren't we, on stage races like this and races such as this, where even though we had a category 2 and a category 1 climb earlier on in the day, a lot of the time riders would have looked at that and gone, that's way too far out from the finish to go on the attack and go into the breakaway. But we've got a flat stage tomorrow before we get to the Genting Highlands, so there is a day tomorrow to recover. And even in the breakaway, the bunch behind has just been absolutely decimated, so everyone's having a hard day. So it's been really brave, really bold and really exciting.
Yeah, and the riders have taken the race on, and they've caused most of the damage, not actually the parcours. They're the ones who decided to make it really difficult. And now we've got this selection, this group of 4. Simon Pello fought so hard over that climb. He made contact again with the other 3 strong climbers. Just wondering where the rest of that breakaway are. They're in between this group and the group we just saw. Are they close enough to make contact again, and then we have a bigger group?
I haven't seen here's the chasing group. Did Viviani make it back into that group?
No,
because
he didn't.
Selitalia Korotek.
Yeah, we don't know who they're riding for there. They have 5 riders though, so one more, but here we are. Kern Farmer and Yuskatel Ascardi, Company and Castrillo. They've made contact again. We now have a group of 6 at the front.
This is the peloton behind, all lined out. It's Selitalia Korotek who are driving on the front. Green Project Bardiani have been running polite interference with Euskaltel Euskadi throughout the day. Can this breakaway go all the way to the finish, repay themselves with the work done today? Back to our breakaway, to Pablo Castrillo of the Equipo Kern Pharma team, making it back into this leading group. Yambao Company, Yambao in the orange for Euskaltel, Euskadi. Simon Carr is your virtual leader on the road. He started the day at 12 seconds. Yambao, bear with us. Our Euskaltel Euskadi rider started today at 15 seconds, and he took 3 seconds at the intermediate sprint. with Paul Double taking 2 and Simon Carr taking 1. We've got 10, 6 and 4 seconds on the line. We go back to our next group of chasers. So you've got Mateus Scalco, Jambalans Sambayer and Adney van Engelen. That is our next group on the road. Pello is going to pull on the King of the Mountains jersey. He started the day at 16 seconds, as did Paul Double. He was 47th at the beginning of the day. Simo Pello was 45th at the start of the day. 70th at 16 seconds for Luca Covilli in the green and white of the Green Project Bardiani. And then we have Pablo Castrillo, who started the day in 12th at 14 seconds. That was the gaps at the beginning of the day. So lots to be chased, lots to be gained here for our leading group.
This is a good move. See 6 now committed. They're all going through, pulling through. That's exactly what they need to do. General classification hopes, stage victory hopes. A bit of a recap. Overall KOM now.
There's your overall King of the Mountains at this stage. So Simon Pello now with 20 points at the in the lead in that King of the Mountains classification. So a good prize for him to take at the end of today's stage. So 20 points in total. So good day out for the Tudor Pro cycling man. Can these 3 chasers get back on? Jambalan Sambayer there, national champion of Mongolia, did such a big effort to come across that gap. Okay.
I hope they with all sprinter and
Stage 2, Gleb Sarista. He hoped it was going to be a sprint today, and Arvid Decline leading out the sprint into the finish, but it was the big man. Echoes of Marcel Kittel, hasn't he? The big sprinter from Astana, Kazakhstan, coming in to take second career stage victory in Tour de Langkawi. Took a stage last year as a stagiaire, reinforces his sprint talent here in La Tour de Langkawi. Always a place where young sprinters can make a name for themselves by picking up victories. He had gone too early on day 1, but made no mistake into Kota Baru. It's not going to be his day today, Gleb Sarista, but his team will just get him through today's stage and help him fight another day. It should be a day tomorrow for him. He's had 3 career wins, 2 of them coming in La Tour de Langkawi. And this season, it's been very much, you would say, a year of development for Sarista. He came through the sort of Spanish domestic scene, won a lot of races in Spain before catching the attention of the Kazakhstan team. And, turning pro with Astana. Great performances in the Arctic Race of Norway last year, among others, before coming here to Langkawi to take a stage win. It's not going to be for him today. It's been a tough day out there for the sprinters. Over 2,000 meters of elevation for the Tour de Langkawi riders to tackle here on stage 3. If you are just getting on board, welcome. Stage 3 from Jeli to Baling. 183.1 kilometers today, and our breakaway is down to Car, Castrillo, Double, Cavilli, Bao Company, and Simon Pello. So plenty of teams are represented at the front. We have the traditional standoff now with that group behind. Can our breakaway group stay clear? They have, the gap has yo-yoed between a minute and 2.5 minutes at times. It has been the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team and lately Corotec Sella Italia that have been doing the driving on the front. We have seen the light blue jerseys of Astana, Kazakhstan at the front to try and get things back together. For 27 kilometers, it is going to be around over 100, really, most of the stage today, we would say, almost 170 kilometers potentially, the 165k, they will have been in the lead at the finish.
Yeah, a long day out. A group of 9 swelled to a group of 10, and now it's this selection of 6. But this is a perfect mix of general classification riders. They have a chance to go all the way to the finish. They shouldn't give up, even though it is most recent time cap is 106. Still plenty of hope for them.
They're really working well together though now. They've got this is what they needed. This is what they were discussing on that last climb, wasn't it? In terms of, okay, who's strong? The riders that were dropping off, missing turns. I'm slightly gutted for Sam Bayer here though of Terengganu, because the ride that he did to cross the gap was phenomenal, and just not being able to go with that move when it went and stayed at the front is such a shame. But that's bike racing, isn't it?
It is, but tactically a brilliant move. The gap was close enough. He soloed across on his own. Of course, that would have taken a lot out of him, so that might have taken that edge off when they started attacking. But at least he did something. They got to the front. They got into what potentially could be a race-winning move. It's better than sitting back and not doing anything. Showed what he needed to do. The one problem here is Skelko. Obviously, he is not going to contribute in that chase. So really, there's only 2 riders chasing a group of 6. It's a tough one to call, because in a way, is it better Skelko helping them out, and then you have more numbers at the front, or do you just sit on and gamble that they have the legs to drag you back to the front?
They're holding that minute with 26 kilometers to go. In terms of the chase behind, it has been 1 rider, 2 riders at the most that have been doing the chasing behind. So sort of a general rule of thumb of that minute gap per 10k kind of goes out the window completely, doesn't it, in this sort of stage and in this sort of scenario that we've had today.
Yeah, and from that group, these are 6 of the best riders in that group and 6 of the best teams in the race. So of course then the teams with the firepower have a rider up the road. They don't need to chase, and that makes it a lot more difficult. You only really have to lean on Bolton Equities, Black Spoke and Astana, Kazakhstan, and Corotec Sella Italia. So it's really 3 teams that should be riding. The rest of the teammates can sit back, they can save themselves. It's going to be a fast run in now though. From around 20 kilometers to go, we really do level off. And it's flat and fast all the way to the finish. A bit of a light headwind, but they do turn right with 13k to go, and that's when they hit a nice tailwind, which will be a welcome feeling for the breakaway.
There's the potential. Yeah, there's the potential that from this leading group for first career wins and biggest career wins as well. You know, Luca Cavilli hasn't had a pro win. Paul Doubles won a stage of Tour of Bulgaria in his career. Pablo Castrillo, as his only sort of recorded victory I can find is under 23 nationals in Spain. Then you go to, you've got Simon Carr, who's won stages of Tour of the Alps, stages of Route d'Occitanie, and then you got someone like Simon Pello that's been a pro for many, many years, 8 wins as a pro. He won the GC in Bretagne, as you said earlier on this year. It's a couple years since he's had a sort of individual stage win as well. It's different, isn't it, when you win a stage race without winning a stage. So there's some really, really good day, really good opportunity to take a stage win today.
Yeah. And just at the front of that peloton, the chasers, the group of 3, are just about to be caught by this chasing group. So it shows how fast that group of 6 are being able to hold the effort.
And this is this standoff point that we talk about, isn't it? They got them, they held them. Now when we go back up to the front, you can see the physical difference. There is that. You're controlling, you're trying to keep its tempo, aren't you? Now we can see just how much they're driving. This is race win mode now.
Yeah, and they're all committed this, and it's a smaller number, so there's no place to hide. We saw Paul Double sat on at points earlier on when the group was 10 big. But there you can see Simon Carr is really pushing on. He hasn't gone on the off bit. Again, he's really committed to trying to drag this group, hold this group away. It's brave, it's good, but he really needs to back off now and let the riders come through. In a way, he's just hurting everyone's legs. Look at the momentum then. No one can go and hold that pace. He's accelerating every time he pulls through. And all he's actually doing is hurting the legs of the breakaway riders. And he has to be careful, because you get closer and closer to the finish. If you keep doing this, no one's going to carry to pull through, because they know you're the strongest. He's already made everyone aware that he's the strongest rider in this group.
And it's so subtle, and it's interesting for you to kind of pick it up there, because it's unless you've been in this position, which you obviously have, you wouldn't notice that, and you'd think, he's gassing through. That's a good thing, because it's driving the break forward.
But he's actually ruining the momentum of that group. You're trying to keep that group moving as fast and as evenly as possible. There's times when you have to do exactly what you're doing. But in my opinion, with 22k to go, it isn't the time to do it just yet. You want to just keep that group together. You've pulled the gap out to a minute 10. It's held around this minute marker for a very long time. As you can see now, only 3 riders on the front of the peloton trying to bring it back. 6 is better than 3. So don't try and alienate your teammates as such in this breakaway. And see how much, if the average speed just needs to be higher, you just need to roll through and keep everyone ticking through. You also keep everyone happier as well.
Paul Double, British rider for Human Pad Health. Simon Carr here, British rider for EF Education. Easy post. And just drives through to the front. Spanish rider Pablo Castillo from Kern Pharma. Swiss man Simon Pello from the Swiss team, Tudor Pro Cycling. What a race they have had. Can he make it? 2 stage wins out of 3 for that team. 10, 6 and 4 bonus seconds on the line. In the green and white with the purple bands on the cuffs of his jersey is Luca Covilli of the Green Project. Bardiani CSF Faizan, and then in the orange, skipping turns, because this is hurting him now, is Jean Bao, company from the Euskadi team. We go back to the peloton, and we've got Davide Baldacchini here from Corotexella Italia, and he is working on the front with Alessandro Iacchi, who's been up there in the GC, Iacchi, but they've been put to work on the front, have the Corotexella Italia team. It has been Bolton Equities Black Spoke. You've got to be. I'm giving Bolton Equities Black Spoke the MVPs of the day. They have been outstanding in this gap. This gap could have gone out to 5-6 minutes, and it's been down to Bolton Equities Black Spoke that have made it so exciting.
They have done a really good job. It went to 2 minutes 40, And they hit the front with Matt Bostock, and they controlled it so well. But again, you just have to keep watching these riders in the breakaway. If I was on a bad day, you'd be avoiding following Simon Carr with all your worth. You wouldn't want to be on that wheel. He's kicking through and giving everyone a tough time. Just a wait. You'll see when he rolls through now. Quite nice in that group of 6.
Castrillo out the saddle to get onto the wheel. There's confirmation of your group. Simon Carr from EF Education. Easy Coast, Castrillo from Equipe Confano, double from Human Powered Health, Kavili from Group Project Bardiani, Bow Company for Euskaltel, Euskadi, and Pello from Tudor Pro Cycling. There is a big opportunity here today. We are inside the final 20 kilometers of stage 3 of Le Tour de Langkawi. 183.1 kilometers today from Jeli to Baling. The last time we finished here, it was the icon, you could call him, Koji Fukushima, the Japanese rider who made such a mark on world cycling, who took a victory in 2005. That was the last time we finished here. So who will notch their name? Hello, what a rider he has been on the opening couple of days here in Le Tour de Langkawi. Simon Carr is trying to set up his hopes for a general classification victory. We go to the top of the Genting Highlands on stage 5. The bikes is showing the whiteboard to the group, who are now getting assistance from Caja Rural, who had a rider in that group with Mergel Day. Unfortunately, he got dropped, which we said earlier on would open up the chase for Caja Rural to also get in on the mix.
It's interesting who they're going to ride for. Are they hoping for a sprint or GC? They have to bring this break back. Now, 3 riders from Corotexel Italia made their way to the front. So you see the riders, see the naturally way they go almost through and off. Of course, when the group gets smaller, it's actually faster to do like a team time trial kind of set. You do a turn on the front all in one line, and the stronger riders then could do a 20, 30 second turn on the front and then change, and the next rider does 15 seconds. It's almost up to these riders to decide that as well. You want to try and hold the speed as best you can. When you are riding like this with through and off, it means everyone's doing equal turns. But for someone like Simon Carr, I'd be thinking of getting everyone to do single file turns, because he's riding for general classification. He's not riding for stage victory as such today. He wants to open up a gap to the peloton to give himself a chance in the coming days. So in a way, if he's keen to really ride on the front, he should just start doing longer turns on the front and really drag them away.
And we saw a glimpse of the finish. We've got that corner with 300 meters to go. Looking at this group now and what we're down to, how would you be approaching this finish?
For that group of 6 now, you just need to go all the way and make sure, even in the final kilometre, you can't really mess around for those general classification riders. You know, look at Paul Double or Simon Carr. Yes, the bonus seconds would be very nice, but almost you have to work out, are you going to beat your rivals in this group on Genting Highlands when it's actually up the mountain? And if you believe you're a better climber, then you commit and you ride all the way until that final right-hand corner, and then you allow them, you pretty much sacrifice victory or stage victory today in your chances. But if you're not willing to lose, you're not willing to win. You have to gamble with that. And there's opportunities at future points for stage victories. You can see how hard it's been. Double now on the back for Human Powered Health. He misses a turn, he skips a turn. And this is the problem. When as soon as riders start missing turns too much, the team aspect and the way this group really moves forward, you start to lose that momentum.
Just avoiding those
gingerly.
puddles in the middle there.
Gingerly saw the wet roads, and everyone took a few different lines there to make sure they get round.
Yeah, Simon Pella just had to kind of check himself going through, and then the two riders just edging off the front here. It looked like they weren't quite sure which way they were going. You can feel the fatigue though in this group. They have been out there for almost the entire stage. When the stage got hard, we had this.
They're getting closer and closer. They're riding really well. Corotec, Salatalia. This is the other great job that Bolton Equities Blackspoke actually did. They kept this peloton, the breakaway, in a controlled somewhere that the stage win was dangling in front of the peloton the whole time. If they hadn't done that, they hadn't sacrificed Matt Bostock and other riders to make sure it stayed there at a manageable gap, they could have waved goodbye to having a chance at stage victory. At this point now, they have to just gamble a little. They're running out of riders. They need to save the riders to support Jackson for the sprint at the end. And it's worked out because now Corotec, Salatalia, they've taken over the main chase. But it's still touch and go, still 55 seconds. This breakaway committed. They know they don't want to waste their efforts. They've done a brilliant job to get there. They've done a brilliant job to hold this gap for so long. A group of really strong riders.
Quick cool down there by Simon Pello. There are a few of these little rises, little climbs on the run in towards the finish, which should play into the hands of our breakaway, the way they've ridden in this race today. Who are Corotec Salatalia working for in this one? Attila Viviani was in the group behind with the turquoise leaders jersey. So we'll have a glance down through that group. Are they going with Konishev if he's in here? Perhaps Alexander Konishev. We've got Iaki working on the front with Baldacchini. So they've got to have someone that fancies his chances of this sprint finish. 13 kilometers to go, still holding 55 seconds is our breakaway group. So this is not over by any means. The momentum seems to be with that reduced peloton behind. Our breakaway group have just got to keep working, just try and force, use the parts of the road here as GC riders that suit them. Use all these little climbs, try to gain back seconds here and there. We're being shown 38 seconds between the peloton and that breakaway ahead of them, so it's going to be touch and go.
And a telltale sign of how close it was on the left-hand side of your screen there with the team cars that were following the breakaway. They were all parked up at the side of the road. That means the gap was too close. They had to pull over. So there's no team cars behind this breakaway now. There'll be neutral service, and that'll be it.
But you've got to, even if this comes back, this group, big respect to them for taking it, throwing this challenge down today.
Yeah, a brilliant race. They've gone out from the very start. Does look like it'll come back, but they're going to have to bring it back whenever they can. They can't leave it too late. It's Corotec, Salatalia. They've committed a lot of riders to the front. I think they might be pinning their hopes on Mazzato, Giulio Mazzato, fast finisher. We've got three now. Bolton Equities and Astana have moved to the front. That looks like our Ecuadorian Astana Kazakhstan team. That's Martin Lopez. He's been sent to the front to ride as well. Getting very nervous now. Been building all day. That breakaway has really had so many riders on the ropes. Peloton are fighting back.
30 seconds is the gap back to this group behind. And as we look down the group, who is still in there? We'll get a glimpse if the bike swoops up the outside of the group. 11 kilometers to go, 30 seconds. There's that danger for that group behind as well, is that they'll get to the point where they think they've got them and then they can hold it. If they get inside 10k, if they get towards 5k and they've still got 30 seconds, and you can see here digging in on this climb, no one in this group who is invested in this day out today in the breakaway wants to get caught.
It's not over yet. There's still a battle going on.
So Logan Curry, he's keeping his rhythm. He's been doing a huge amount of work in this one. That is Alessandro Iacchi, Italian rider. And then just coming through is Quartucci. And then behind him is Baldacchini. So Giulio Massotto, you're thinking, is the rider that might be the man that Corotec Sella Italia are working for here. They're searching for a stage win. They're as well as Bolton Equities Black Spoke. Don't forget them. George Jackson was up there keeping Matt Bostock company early on in the day. He then just dropped back into this group, and we haven't seen him since.
No, he should just be sat back waiting for his chance. Now 10 kilometers to go. You can feel the fatigue and the pain in the legs there. You saw the way Paul Devil got out of the saddle. There's some tired legs now. They're getting a time gap. Looks like 22 seconds on the whiteboard. Our computer on the top screen updated that as well. May be curtains for these 6, but what an effort they've made. Big day out.
Yeah, huge effort by that breakaway group to get out there early on in the day and try and turn this day into a general classification day. So looking around the group, who's still in there. We'll get a glimpse and see who's still got fast finishers in there, because the question out of this group as well is, as they get caught, is Michael Valgren might fancy his chances of a reduced group sprint, because EF have still got a big complement of riders here.
They have Valgren, Scully. There's some potential there for EF. They've gone out and tried to go after general classification hopes. Simon Carl has done that himself, but again, 5 riders still sat there waiting for EF Education Easy Post. And of course, same for Green Project Bardiani.
Yeah, Zanoncello is still there. Zanoncello was 3rd yesterday, so for the Green Project Bardiani, they've sat there behind Sella Italia Corotec and Bolton Equities Black Spoke, and they've got a very fast finisher in this group behind. They got Luca Cavilli in there, Paul Double missing turns for Human Powered Health. He has, you can feel he's in a world of pain and suffering here today, is Paul Double. Our breakaway group have got 9 kilometers to go. They are holding a very slender 21 seconds. And Pablo Castrillo of Equipo Kern Pharma, you can see the fatigue. They're almost riding through quick drying cement at the moment. Some of these riders, you can see the legs are just tying up. And a reduced group, a reduced bunch sprint. A lot of our sprinters were distanced. They're in a group behind. They'll just be riding to get themselves within the time limit. But this just does open up an opportunity for someone within this group. Zanoncello sprinting it out with Arvid Decline and Gleb Saritza yesterday, the Green Project rider, has got a fast finish, and here they come. What a shame for the Breakaway, but big respect to the last men standing from what has been a mighty day for the GC riders who went in search of time. It is not going to be today. Simon Carr, Simon Perlo, Paul Double, Luca Cavilli, Jan Bauer Company and Pablo Castrillo will be the final riders from the Breakaway group to be caught. But what a day from the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team and the Corotec Sella Italia team. It now shifts to a group sprint, and the big question is, who is still in there?
The next team that takes it up, we might get that question answered. Green Project Bardiani, fast finishers, good climbers. We spotted Zanoncello is still there, third place yesterday. He's got over this climb. Now they just need to get together, control this bunch. They need to make sure it stays together for another bunch sprint.
Here come the pink jerseys of EF. Now the attacks going in here from the Green Project. Bardiani, they might have a fast finisher in Gianoncello, but they've decided that they're going to go on the attack here and try and get a late surprise and try and win this on their own. And that looks like the style of Michael Valgren, just swinging around the front in the pink jerseys of EF Education Easy Post.
I do like this aggressive style of Green Project Bardiani, but they did have 3 in the top 6 yesterday and didn't come away with victory. And they'll come away with a stage victory, so is it better to commit to one rider? There you go, we can spot George Jackson, Bolton Equities Black Spoke. That mullet out the back of his head, the tall figure in the purple and yellow just at the top of your screen there. Fast finisher, he's done well to make it over this group, but what does his legs have left? That is the question, that's the next question. These sprinters or faster riders might have been able to hold on, but are they on their limit? Can they still get that effort out and sprint to victory?
You've got to say for Bolton Equities Black Spoke, he better win this. If Michael Valgren is going clear at the front, Valgren attacking for EF Education Easy Post. If Tom Scully's in there, it might be the nod to Scully to go for the sprint and Valgren to try and get clear here. And what a powerhouse Michael Valgren is.
Yeah, it'd be a good chance for Scully. He can sit back and wait. We're at just 5 kilometers to go now. Just gone past that sign. So we're getting really close to this finish. What have people got left in the legs?
3 riders, and they're not coming through Valgren, or are they? The Sella Italia Corotec team have been the strong team in trying to bring this one back here, and looking over the shoulder just to check where that group behind are. So our Bardiani rider Valgren just driving on, and this is what Valgren does best in this position, where he can just get a small gap and drive it off the front. The power of the EF Education Easy Post rider. Look at the damage that he is doing to this group behind.
We've had some fast stages. The first 2 stages were rapid the whole way through. It's the same again today. What a race we've had. 4 kilometers to go now. Valgren of EF Education Easy Post, he's making things hard at the front.
Yeah, it looks like Alexander Konishev, I think, is the rider that's with him. And then our Bardiani rider, we'll get a glimpse of who that is that's gone clear. But they are back together. Group comes back. Who will be the next to go? 4 kilometers to go for Bolton Equities Black Spoke. Given the job that they've done throughout this stage today, we would expect, if they've got anything left, to try and control this a little bit and try and lead this one out if they can.
If they can, but they did sacrifice the riders to hold it in that group. So they have to just gamble here. They've done what they can. They're on the limited numbers. They might have lost 2 riders early on in those early stages when it was really tough. But it's the teams like EF Education Easy Post. They have 6 riders at the front of the race. Love to see Scully have an opportunity to sprint. Stepped up with EF Education Easy Post. And it merged with Drapac Pro Cycling a long time ago now.
He's just been one of those really, really solid pros, hasn't he, Scully?
Yeah, always consistent, always strong. Can control those lead outs really well. And now we see Green Project Bardiani. They move to the front this time. They are committed. I think they will all be getting around Zanoncello.
We've got one rider from Human Powered Health. Tall rider. Is that Hayes van Hooker, I think, potentially there for the Human Powered Health team? Tall man, I think it's Hayes van Hooker. And then you've got the orange jerseys of Euskadi, but 3 kilometers to go, and they're driving this one on. Are the Green Project Bardiani finally? Are they going to lead this one out for Zanoncello? Enrico Zanoncello, the man that was 3rd yesterday. He's got fast legs. You would do well to invest in him in this sprint, and that's exactly what they're doing. That final corner with 300 meters to go, it's just about delivering your sprinter into that point. You can see the Bolton Equities black spoke jerseys now coming up on the left as you look at the bunch.
And that's Matthew Bostock, the rider who controlled that breakaway. He's gone back, saved his legs. Right-hander now. Fast sweeping right-hander. Everyone should get around here easy enough. Now it's this main road all the way until that right-hander with just under 300 meters to go.
Driving on, 2 kilometers to go. A reduced group here on what has been a crazy day in La Tour de Langkawi. It has been an absolutely brutal stage with that breakaway group going clear so early on in the day. And they're chasing the finish here. Is that the national champion of Japan, Masaki Yamamoto, that's now come through towards the front. Kaharurao are right there. They swing across to the right-hand side of the road. Valgren trying to lead this sprint out. It can be chaos and mayhem all the way with this one. George Jackson is poised and ready. Jackson, ooh, just easy tiger there with 300 to go. They swing out and Bardiani have momentum. Does Zanoncello now have the momentum? They wind it up. Here comes George Jackson of Bolton Equities Black Spoke. Zanoncello, Jackson right through the centre. It's going to be between the two of them. The throw to the line. Jackson takes it. Bolton Equities Black Spoke drop the mic on that. What a day for the team from New Zealand. Jackson put the team to task and they deliver. What a stage win.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It couldn't have gone any better. They did exactly what they needed to do. Jackson was there to finish the job off, but he has to take his hats off. Logan Curry, Matt Bostock, they did so much today. They had to gamble. They didn't have the riders there for the big lead out. But what a win from Jackson, fastest rider in that group.
And you said, you know, right out early in the day, as it started to split, he's the man from a smaller group.
Yeah, and that was exactly what happened. It gives him that opportunity. And what a result for that New Zealand-based team. The New Zealand rider winning the race as well. Brilliant from Jackson, brilliant from Matthew Bostock. He was the reason that group was able to be close enough. They dangled that stage victory in front of Corotec Salatalia. Corotec then went to the front. They closed the gap for them. And then Jackson waited patiently and then took the stage win in a brilliant sprint.
If that gap on that descent hadn't come down to 53 seconds, that breakaway was gone, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was completely gone. So Bostock, they made the right decision from the team car. They made the right decision as a team on the road, and that's how you do it. You have to do it in a way that it gets close enough that people don't get disheartened, and you allow other riders to then take the chase over. You have to gamble. There's always a chance of that gambling, but that's exactly what they needed to do. Without the numbers they had there, the big losers really, Green Project Bardiani again, they'd have got lost in that sprint. The other rider, really, we thought Scully would be going for the sprint. Valgren did a brilliant lead out into that corner, but Scully had lost the wheel. We saw him a bit further back, and he didn't have the opportunity to sprint.
And that sometimes comes back to the opportunities to sprint, because if you're not doing it all the time, it's those split-second decisions that you need to make, isn't it, when you're put into that position and you haven't been there for a while.
Yeah, he hasn't been there for a long time fighting for victory. And Scully, unfortunately, lost the wheel. Valgren did a perfect lead out. You can't do anything wrong about that. He had a look round. There was a bit of a hesitation just before the right-hander, and he probably turned around and thought, oh no, there's no pink jersey in anywhere. I can't see anyone. So he's a bit disappointed he made it into that right-hander. Valgren went to the right-hand side of the road, and the sprint opened up for everyone else behind.
And they got that momentum round the outside, didn't they?
Perfect timing again. Third place into that final corner for George Jackson. He then could use Zanincello's sprint, and then he went off that. And on the head-on camera, it looked like at least a bike length for George Jackson.
The man with the greatest haircut in the race at the moment, George Jackson. The 23-year-old New Zealander takes the stage for Bolton Equities Black Spoke, and that kind of, he's won stages of Tour of Tahoe Lake this year. I mean, he's had a great season, but Tour de Langkawi, Tour of Tahoe Lake, you know, they're a similar level in terms of their standing within the Asia Tour, but the Tour de Langkawi has so much prestige around it as well. You haven't got EF Education Easy Post, and you're not sprinting against those sort of teams in that sort of race. So it's a really big moment for him. Just take us through the sprint.
See, we can see the overhead shot. Actually a bit closer than a bike. Well, it was a bike length for Jackson to Zanincello. They opened up that right-hander with just before that, around 280 to go. Here we go. This is the best view. So here, Michael Valgren is on the front. Scully in the pink jersey a bit further back, out of shot, covered by the human-powered health rider. Then it's Green Project Bardiani on the right-hand side of your screen, left-hand side of the road. They will make a move to try and match Valgren. Jackson in a perfect place behind Valgren. And this is where you see Bardiani come up on the left-hand side. Valgren takes a look round to get ready for the right-hander. And then that allows Jackson straight onto Zanincello's wheel. Bardiani launch. Jackson follows Zanincello. And then with 200 meters to go, Zanincello, he opens up everything he has. And then it's Jackson.
He just had great momentum, didn't he? It's one of those days where everything just falls into place from that lead out there. You can see Valgren just dropping back through the bunch. But we always say it, don't we? If you put your team on the front, you better win.
Yeah.
And that is how you do it.
It is exactly how you do it. And everyone behind disappointed, banging the handlebars. But it was Jackson. Team committed to him. They gave him that opportunity, and he's come out and he's delivered. He had a bit of pressure on himself, but always that positive pressure in a way. When you have your teammates control things for you, ride for you all day, it gives you that motivation to go out and perform, and that's exactly what Jackson's done. Put himself in the right position as well. He was there on his own, and he had to fight and find the right wheel. He found the right wheel on Michael Valgren, then he followed Zanincello. Perfectly timed around that final right-hander. Great job from Bolton Equities Black Spoke.
And it's another sort of notch on the belt. It's another like notch on the success of Bolton Equities Blacksburg. It really reinforces where they are as a team, and watching their development over the last year or so has been really, really great to watch.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. And they've been improving throughout the year. Pro Continental registered, and it's even sweeter, I've got to be honest, when you're a New Zealand registered team, New Zealand sponsors, and then one of your New Zealand home riders is taking victory as well. It really shows the talent and that New Zealand has. And if Jackson, 23-year-old, now taking another win in Asia, brilliant.
And you put as a sprinter and as a rider, you put yourself with a really select group of riders. You know, you're a really prestigious group of riders that have won stages here in Langkawi in their career. When you go all the way through the sort of history of the race, and especially sort of recently with Andrea Guardini and Jakub Mareczko, you've had Marcel Kittel. You go through all the way through the history of this race, and that's what George Jackson is sort of reinforcing and gets a great result for him in his career.
Yeah. Typical on the way, a brilliant move.
A really select group of riders.
And what a race!
Really prestigious group of riders that have won stages in their career. When you go
belum lagi tamat, masih ada para pelumba yang sedang menuju ke garisan penamat.
And especially sort of recently with Andrea Guardini and Jakub Mareczko, you've had Marcel Kittel. You go through all the way through the history of this race, and that's what George Jackson is sort of reinforcing and gets a great result. KSPO just cooling down. Stay with us for our podium presentation. What a day out it has been here in La Tour de Langkawi. We're getting some replays there of the run in towards the finish.
You can see this is a good view from the overhead view. So Michael Valgren is currently on the front for EF Education Easy Post. Then George Jackson is following him, and then you see the green jerseys of Green Project Bardiani. They move up into the right-hander, make their way around there, and then Zanoncello goes straight away, and it's up to Jackson on the right-hand side. He follows the wheel. You saw him take that little bit of micro rest, and then he comes around perfectly timed. Brilliant sprint. And you can see the ones that they mean a lot, that reaction. Sometimes you see the sprinters, when you win a race, there's time to think of your celebration, but when it's pure emotion like it was, arms just straight up in the air and almost just like a cheer. That's exactly how Jackson finished then.
They sprinted through the line
all the way.
He didn't celebrate until he was about 10 metres past the line. There was no messing. There was no risk there at all. He made sure he'd got it before he started to celebrate.
Yeah, a brilliant win. And what a day for Bolton Equities Blacksburg. Tough day. I think they only had 3 riders, including Jackson, in that peloton actually. So between Bostock and Logan Curry, absolutely fantastic. Can't give them enough praise actually. They had such a strong breakaway of good general classification riders, strong World Tour riders, and they were able to hold it and then take the victory.
Yeah, big day out. Simon Cart of EF Education Easy Post, and they kicked things off. I mean, we don't get many days like that on the road, do we? When a GC day are out there for almost, if we calculate just where they went, they were already clear at the summit with 151 kilometers to go, which is a 14-kilometer climb. And Simon Carr was already attacking from the bottom of that one, so it was not long after 10 kilometers into the race where he started attacking today.
Yeah, they went out with a plan today to try and race. They've got to take those opportunities when they do. He did pick up a few bonus seconds, but
And there's your top 10. George Jackson takes it from Enrico Zanoncello, Carlos Canal Blanco, Euskadi, Hayes van Hook, Jurgen Myers. You got Ayman Rosli, Yambalat Sambaye, Lorenzo Conforti, Alexander Konishev, and Gorka Sorarin for Caja Rural. That is your top 10.
Good result there from Sambaye. He was the man who jumped across and made it to that breakaway, and then still had legs to fight for the sprint and finish in 7th place.
Yeah, big respect to him. Yeah, some ride. Gijs van Hoek getting up there for Human Powered Health. Good day, good ride from him today. And our general classification now looks like this. Enrico Zanoncello takes over in the leader's jersey ahead of George Jackson. Simon Carr in 3rd at 4 seconds. Carlos Canal Blanco, Jan Bao, Jon Aguirre, Tom Scully, Pablo Castilla, Logan Curry, and Joachim Mergel. Your top 10 we're being shown there at 8 seconds. So big changes. So disappointment in missing out on the stage win, but it looks like Enrico Zanoncello will take over as race leader. King of the Mountains now looks like this. Simon Pello leads with 20 points to Luca Covilli's 12. Matteo Salco there in 3rd spot with 11 points. Many of our breakaway riders scoring points in the King of the Mountains today, but an 8-point advantage for Simon Pello going into stage 4 tomorrow. The best Asian rider classification, it's now Mohamed Nur Ayman Rosli of the Malaysian national team, who takes over as the best Asian rider ahead of Thanakat Chaisombat and Masaki Yamamoto. That is your best Asian rider classification, but all level on time. Look at that. And there's your head-on shot of the sprint. Green Project, Bardiani, CSF, Faizan, launch Enrico Zanoncello out of that final corner. George Jackson on the wheel. Gets the momentum like an express train for Bolton Equities Black Spoke and takes the stage. Repays those teammates for the work done for him throughout the stage. Everyone banging their bars in frustration behind him. And there was his winning advantage, so wins it by a little over a bike length.
You saw the way he celebrated. Really means a lot when you see your teammates sacrifice so much for you on the front, like they did today, and then you're able to repay them with victory. Brilliant win. Just pure emotion when you go across the line. No time to think about a cool celebration. Just cheering and celebrating. Completely genuine.
Yeah, big roar by the New Zealander, and deservedly so. And tomorrow's stage, 140.2 kilometers tomorrow from Bukit Mertajam to Meru Raya. It's flat early on. One intermediate sprint at Bagan Sarai. We're 38.1 kilometers into the stage. We have a Cat 3 climb at 82.6 kilometers at Kuala Kanggar. And then we have 2 more intermediate sprints along the route at Talang and Sungai Siput. And then it is a flat finish. So should be another day for the sprinters tomorrow before we head to the Genting Highlands on stage 5. That will be the big general classification decider in this year's Tour de Langkawi. Let's try and put that into some highlights. What a day out for the riders here in Le Tour de Langkawi on stage 3, and that's neutralized section. We wanted a day for the general classifications to come out and play, and they did just that. It was a frantic start to the stage. Ismail Groshpe here of the 7-11 team, one of the first attackers. Then it was the turn of Sukri Ashman and the Bolton Equities Black Spoke rider, Logan Curry. That was the first breakaway of the day. As we came towards the first KOM, though, it was a breakaway group that managed to go clear and building a decent advantage up towards the summit. And it was Simon Pello that had designs on the King of the Mountains jersey, taking that ahead of Castrillo, Covili and Salco. On the descent, the gap would grow to our breakaway group. Simon Carr pulled double, Matteo Scout, Salco, Luca Gavilli, Juan Bao Company, Pablo Castrillo, Adne van Engelen, Simon Pello, Jochen Muraldi. That was the makeup of the group. On to the climb at Puja Titiwangsa, and it would be Simon Pello that would crest the summit of that one and take maximum points in the King of the Mountains classification. They were then joined at the front by Jambaland Sambayer. The gap had been kept under control by Matt Bostock of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, which allowed Jambaland Sambayer of Terengganu Polygon to jump across the gap. The team from New Zealand, what a day out for them. On to the final climb of the day. Simon Carr making his move, and he would crest the summit ahead of Paul Double, with Luca Covilli in third, Simon Pello in fourth. They would be joined at the front by Juan Bao and Pablo Castrillo. The chase by the Sella Italia Corotec team did the work. It would be no cigar for them, though. Bardiani leading out, but the day belonging to Bolton Equities Black Spoke and the New Zealander George Jackson. After a great lead out here by Michael Valgren of EF Education Easy Post, he would have been looking to deliver Tom Scully to the finish. But that final corner, you can see the Green Project riders launching Zanoncello. Beautiful save of the day by them as Michael Valgren looked to line it up for the final corner, but Jackson coming through off the wheel of the Green Project lead out like he'd been fired out of a cannon, and delivers for the New Zealand team. The 23-year-old New Zealander takes the stage for Bolton Equities Black Spoke. Some great shots around the finish. I think we need to lie down in the dark room after that one. That was absolutely 183.1 kilometres stage of absolute chaos, wasn't it?
It was. It was a proper bike race. No messing around, no waiting around. Big group of sprinters. Distance on the early climbs, they never made it back. And that group of 9 and then group of 10 really took the race on. It was brilliant.
And it's so unusual to see, but so refreshing, isn't it, to see a group of riders that are willing to go that long and that hard and that deep to try and take a victory.
And they nearly had it. It was touch and go. And they were represented by the good teams. So there was only 3 teams left to chase. So all the pressure was on them in a way. They had no other choice. If they want to win the stage or keep their general classification hopes alive, they had to bring that break back. Of course, that's way easier said than done as well. So a brilliant race, entertaining race from start to finish. So I'm glad we got it from line to line. Actually, that start was fantastic. EF Education Easy Post taking the race on. They know there isn't many opportunities for general classification, and they didn't want to just leave it down to stage 5. So they went out, tried their best today, tried to split it. They nearly did.
So hopefully they'll be bringing our podium speedily for us today. Quite blustery at the finish there as well in that home straight.
Yeah, it is.
A bit of wind.
Looks like a bit of a tailwind as well.
Ya Allah, kesian adik tu panas. Kak, sagi lah sagi. Bawa dia duduk tempat teduh dulu. Hangat tu. Oh, dia tengok helikopter. Oh, ni drone. Drone. Tuan bawah sikit drone. Pergi kat bawah tu. Bawah lagi. Lagi.
Tekankan kangkang dia, Hafizan.
Tu dekat orang ramai tu. Boleh tak? Boleh. Okey, cantik tu. Okey, bawah sikit lagi. Depan. Tun. Allah, makcik tu buang kat piece belum tentu masuk TV, makcik. Kami baru duduk set ni. Okey. Bawah sikit. Come on. Okey, bawah kat tangan. Okey, betul ya? Sampai 2.
Pukul.
Bawah sikit lagi. Bye-bye. Semua kena bohong dengan saya.
And of course our sprinters will be taking a little while to get themselves in towards the finish. Our other stage winners will be getting ready for the podium presentation. We will be bringing that to you momentarily. Thanks for your company today. If you've been with us throughout the day, if you've been with us for the whole day, thanks very much for your company. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. It's a great day out.
50 pelumba difahamkan. Average yang tak sampai lagi.
30.
Tak, tadi habak tak habis. 50 saya kata tak tolak 20.
Ada 30 pelumba lagi yang belum menambahkan perlumbaan. 38 minit. Boleh ke sampai? Okey,
dapatkan laporan akhbar sinar harian dan juga utusan Malaysia esok. Apa tak keluar gambar Baling yang bersiap doang. Aku cari apa?
Cut off time dia lambat lagi.
Cut
off time lambat 38 minit. Mesti sampai benar, sampai. 5 kilometers more to go. 5 saja lagi. Mungkin ada berita gembira dari pasukan Malaysia. Saya tengok coach dia usop. Seronok je. Mesti ada sesuatu yang baik. Ada kabar gembira untuk pasukan Malaysia.
Also, the wins at Taiwan Lake were no coincidence. You're a top sprinter.
Yeah, no, I felt good today. I said at the press conference of the day before the race that I'm not a pure climber, so we got over the climbs and there was not many sprinters, so we were in a good position. And these boys just chased all day because there's that dangerous break, so yeah, we're happy to get the job done.
How confident were you to catch the breakaway?
I was confident when these two boys are wrapping because they're on one, so we were pretty confident.
What about the other teams who wanted a burn sprint?
Well, hardly any teams actually helped us. We basically did it on our own all day. Like, we had some help from Corotech and some other teams, but these boys just got it done.
What does it mean for you to be a stage winner at Tour de Langkawi?
Oh, I'm pretty stoked, yeah. I was confident coming from Taihu, but I knew that this field was a step up from Taihu. So yeah, it's cool to get it done.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Mai cek, oi mai cek mai, kita ke negeri Kedah. Mai oi bagi ramai, jamu nasi kawat.
Okey. Tolong kosongkan kawasan depan ini untuk pelumba yang akan tiba. Atas dasar semangat kesukanan, ayo sama-sama kita berikan tepukan untuk pelumba tiba di garisan penamat.
Seorang dah sampai, 49 lagi kita tunggu.
Bukan 49, 29.
30 ke 50? Tadi kata
Tak,
50.
I tolak 20 tadi. I tolak 20 tinggal 30.
Oh ya kak? Okey.
Di sini mulanya segala pandangan dunia menatapi kita. Di sini masanya menyahut cabaran merentasi bumi tercinta. Di sini bermula.
Okey, kali ini ramai. Jom. Tetap kita bagi sokongan.
Rapat ke depan, rapat kepada
Okey.
rapat kepada.
Here comes the gruppetto. So hopefully we can start the podium presentation. Always sprinted out from a group. There's your leader's jersey crossing the line. So 30 minutes the gruppetto crossing the line. So they had 38 minutes to make it within the time cut.
Yep, pure class, done with perfect ease. Just make it as close as possible. You could have lost a bit more time in a way.
So they've made it in there.
Carlos, your first Tour de Langkawi and your first top 3 at the Tour de Langkawi. Are you happy with the sprint?
Yeah, I think I can win, but yeah,
two guys faster than me, so I'm happy with the result, with the work of all the team during the day. Well, very hard stage.
You also had one teammate, Joan Bao, in the breakaway. Did you think the breakaway was going to win, or it was going to be a sprint?
And at the first hour of the race, we think the breakaway will win because they go very, very fast and have a lot of guys in the front. So we think they win, but then we stay at 1 minute the gap, and in the end, Corratec and I think Bolton push very hard and close the gap.
You are a versatile rider, former mountain biker. You can sprint, you can climb. Are you ambitious for the overall classification now?
No, I think the 5th stage is very, very hard. The finish, a lot of kilometers at 10% and more. So, well, I think I can go for stages. Well, in the 5th stage, try to do my best and let's see.
Suerte.
Gracias.
Okey, akhirnya. Tak ada. Bukan. 4 kilometer lagi. Ya Allah, lamanya. Van kau orang. Van tu 4 kilometer lagi. Ya Allah, ya Tuhanku. Sampai
Macam
hati.
ni Van tak qualify, cut off time, tinggalkan Van.
Dia tahu tak pukul 3 ni perut lapang nanti nak makan. Gamak Van ni.
Arif, kita boleh hantar Van balik.
3 kilometer umpama 30 kilometer pada ketika ini. 3 kilometer umpama 30 minit sebenarnya, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan.
Okey, tibalah masa yang ditunggu-tunggu, iaitu upacara penyampaian hadiah untuk peringkat ketiga dari Jeli ke Baling, perlumbaan PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi 2023 edisi ke-27. Untuk itu, majlis dengan segala hormatnya mengharapkan kehadiran tetamu-tetamu dan penonton-penonton semua memeriahkan acara penyampaian hadiah kita.
Paul, a very nice breakaway. Did you believe it was the good one, the winning one?
To be honest, I felt a bit bad because I was sat on a lot of the time. There was a big group behind him. We thought he was going to come back, and then Pelos chatted to me and he was like, "Come on, let's keep going because this can be the GC, a nice advantage on the GC." So I started pulling before the last climb, and then car attacked. So I followed, and there were 6 of us in the finale. But I was spent. On the climb, it's good, but on the flat, it's full gas for me. You know, small guy.
Is this a good indication for you ahead of Genting Island?
Yeah, hopefully. Well, I think the climbing legs are there, and it is all about climbing on that day. So yeah, hopefully good stage. Thank you.
tough day out there for Paul Double. Not Sasha Vimas. Paul Double will be looking for, as he said, the Genting Highlands, the climbing stage. That's where the man from Winchester in England will come into his own.
Sebelum itu saya mohon maaf. Kelewatan ini bukan disengajakan, ini mengikut apa yang kita perolehi pengesahan daripada pihak UCI, pihak komisar baru boleh umum. Dia bukan boleh ikut dan ya. Mana servis datang, servis datang.
Alright. Set. Terima kasih. Oh, belum nak turun sini juga. All the riders. Bisa? Jom. Sebelum cuaca rak-rak rum.
Sekalian, majlis dan sebenarnya menjemput yang berbahagia Dato' Haji Muhammad Shah dan Haji Abdullah, Pegawai Daerah Baling, bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berhormat Tuan Haji Muhammad Radhi bin Madin, Pengurusi Jurukuasa Kepenggunaan Kos Sara Hidup Pilihan Sukan Negeri Kedah, mewakili Yang Amat Berhormat Menteri Besar Kedah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see for the third stage, PETRONAS Langkawi 2023, the 27th edition, for the stage winner. And for that, we'd like to invite all the VVIPs, all our guests of honors to be on stage to give away the prizes for the stage winners.
Baiklah, dengan jarak 183.1 km dari Jeli, atau lebih tepat lagi di UMK Jeli, menuju ke Pekan Baling. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, kami akan bacakan
tempat ketiga.
Tempat ketiga terlebih dahulu.
Please invite this rider up on stage right now from Euskadi, Carlos Canablanco.
Canablanco from Euskaltel Euskadi, third place on the stage today.
Seterusnya kita ada hadiah cenderahati juga kita berikan kepada volunteer
Carlos Canablanco.
Baiklah, tempat kedua, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who's the rider going to come on the podium.
Dari pasukan Green Project, Banding Sept.
Let's invite this rider up on stage, Enrico Zanocello.
Bardiani, Green Project CSF Fazan. Zanocello takes second on the stage.
Enrico. Riders for this stage.
Yang telah melepaskan juara peringkat yang ketiga Jeli Baling dari pasukan Banding Equities Blackstone, George Jackson.
Bolton Equities Black Spokes George Jackson onto the podium for the stage victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, your stage we have PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi 20.
And they have energy 1, 2, 3.
Pemenang bagi peringkat yang ketiga Jeli Baling. Carlos
Canablanco, Enrico Zanocello, and your stage winner George Jackson.
George Jackson untuk 3 pemenang peringkat yang ketiga.
Congratulations and thank you.
Majlis ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Yang Berhormat Tuan Haji Muhammad Radhi bin Madin, Urusi Jatuh Kuasa Kepenggunaan Kos Sara Hidup. Beliau Sukan Negeri Kedah mewakili Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Menteri Besar Kedah.
Okey, seterusnya kita ada anugerah ataupun hadiah Most Competitive Rider powered to you by O2. Bubbles O2.
On to the most combative rider of the day.
Untuk itu, majlis dengan sukacitanya untuk Most Combative Rider menjemput Yang Berusaha Encik Richard Ibrahim, Susah Bahagian Khidmat Pengurusan KBS, bagi mewakili Yang Berusaha Encik Baba Atan, wakil Bubbles O2 untuk tampil ke atas pentas. Dipersilakan.
Thank you Bubbles O2. Naturally oxygenated water, empowering our most combative rider. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. For this rider from EF Education, Simon Carr.
EF Education Easy Post, Simon Carr, your most combative rider of the day.
Untuk Simon Carr dari EF Education Easy Post untuk Most
Rider.
Congratulations to Simon Carr.
Majlis ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Encik Babatan, wakil Bubbles O2.
Dan seterusnya kita akan menyaksikan penyerahan jersey putih tajaan Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu, jersey putih Best Asian Rider.
On to our white jersey presentation, the leader of the Best Asian Rider classification.
Yang Berhormat Ustaz Isyamuddin Abdul Karim, Esko Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu. Sambil diiringi oleh para petugas LTDL untuk ke pentas utama bagi menyempurnakan penyarungan jersey putih pelumba terbaik Asia dibawakan oleh Beautiful Terengganu.
Next we're gonna see who's gonna wear the white jersey for tomorrow. The Best Asian Rider, brought to you by Beautiful Terengganu.
Just waiting for our dignitary to get themselves up on the stage.
hari yang menggembirakan.
Dan ianya terjadi di bumi Baling. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, pelumba terbaik Asia akan menyarung jersey putih tajan kerajaan negeri Terengganu dari pasukan kebangsaan Malaysia.
Nur Aiman Rosli from the Malaysian national team is the new white jersey wearer, the leader of the Asia Rider classification.
Baling, kita berikan tepukan untuk pelumba negara Nur
Aiman Rosli is your new white jersey wearer.
Majlis ucapan terima kasih kepada Yang Berhormat Ustaz Izzamudin Abdul Karim, ex-Guru Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu bersama-sama dengan
Datuk Ahmad Syafiq Ismail.
And next we're gonna see who is gonna be wearing the polka dot jersey brought to you by Tourism Malaysia.
Untuk itu jersey polka dot untuk Raja apa? Raja Bukit.
And we have a new King of the Mountains leader here in Tour de Langkawi.
Jemput dan mengiringi yang berusaha Encik Muhammad Roslan Abdullah, Pengarah Periklanan Digital Tourism Malaysia.
Thank you to Tourism Malaysia kerana bersama-sama menjadi antar penaja yang terbaik untuk edisi 2007 ini. Baiklah, tanpa membuang masa, mari kita jemput pelumba ini. Masukkan Tudor Pro Cycling Team, Simon Pello.
Simon Pello dari Tudor Pro Cycling Team.
Simon Pello is your new King of the Mountains leader. For Tudor Pro Cycling, big day out for the man that has controlled this race over the first couple of stages. For Arvid de Klein, his sprinter puts himself into the King of the Mountains jersey and with quite a commanding lead. Gutsy day out there in that breakaway today for Simon Pello.
Best climber as of the third stage from Jeli to Baling. 183 kilometers today. A lot of climb,
Tuan-tuan dan puan sekalian, pelumba yang memakai jersey polka dot Raja Bukit, tepukan untuk
Simon Pello.
Simon Pello dari Tourism Malaysia.
Majlis ucapan terima kasih kepada Encik Ros,
Pengarah Periklanan Digital Tourism Malaysia dan juga yang berusaha Encik Arifin Ghani. Kita akan beralih ke jersey berikutnya, iaitu jersey orange tajan.
On to our points jersey.
Yes, and next we're gonna the best.
Untuk ni sprint Raja Pecut.
Yes, Raja Pecut.
Untuk itu majlis
he's getting told to stand up. He's been waiting for an hour. He's been out there in the breakaway all day long. I think we can forgive him for having a sit down on the stage.
Ni Pak Cap ni kaya sekali. Ternampak ni kat KBS. Ikutlah IG dia. Baiklah, kita jemput
Simon Pello demonstrating the rules of cycling. Don't stand if you can sit down. Don't sit down if you can lie down.
Yeah, that's a good saying. If you stand up, you should be sat down. If you're sat down, you should have your feet up. If you've got your feet up, you should be lying down. And if you're lying down, you should be asleep. That was Keith Lambert special with British cycling a few years ago.
Was indeed. And he's been out there in the breakaway all day, and we finished the stage about nearly an hour ago now, so we'll forgive Simon Pello for having to sit down. Arvid de Klein in the Gruppetto. Now in the orange jersey. That will be the jersey he will wear tomorrow. He started today in the turquoise leader's jersey.
tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian dari Tour Pro Cycling Team.
Arvid Decline.
Tudor Pro Cycling, 2 jerseys. King of the Mountains and the points.
Just the rider. Okay.
Majlis ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Yang Berbahagia Dr. Noh Asmat dan juga Yang Berusaha Encik Idwan Arif.
Dan seterusnya kita akan menyaksikan siapakah akan menyarung jersey hijau tajaan Petronas, the leader of the race as of the third stage today.
Untuk pendahulu keseluruhan setakat ini, untuk itu majlis menjemput Ketua Petronas Utara Tengah Yang Berusaha Encik Zulkifli Osman bagi menjemput dan mengiringi Yang Berbahagia Tuan Haji Muhammad Razif bin Makdin, Pengurusi Jawatankuasa Kepenggunaan Kos Sara Hidup Belia Sukan Negeri Kedah, mewakili Yang Berbahagia Datuk Menteri Besar Kedah.
And now we're going to see who is going to wear the green jersey leader of the race as the first stage.
Pemenangnya dari
And moving on to our leaders jersey, which will be our final presentation. Enrico Zanoncello is our new leader here in La Torre Langkawi. He takes over in the turquoise leaders jersey. Not a stage win, but he will wear that prestigious jersey for stage 4 tomorrow.
Lagu penaja jersey hijau keseluruhan.
Petronas also our title sponsor for the 27th edition of Petronas Langkawi 2023. Thank you, Petronas.
And there you have it, there's your new race leader. Green Project Bardiani, CSF Faizans, Enrico Zanoncello.
Mobil kita terus running ke atas. Sebelum itu, nanti untuk atas atas. Kita jemput riders dulu, dia bagi mobil kapal.
Riders on the podium first. Riders on the podium first. Let's have the riders first. Yes. All the three.
And there you have it, there's your jersey wearers going into stage 4. Simon Pello in Polka Dots King of the Mountains. Arvid Decline in orange, points leader. Ayman Rossley in white's best Asian rider. And Enrico Zanoncello, your new race leader. Make sure you join us for more action tomorrow. Thanks for your company today from Martin McDonald and John Mould. We'll see you soon. Bye for now.
Enrico Zanoncello for the green jersey Petronas.
Mana dijemput tetamu-tamu kehormat untuk tampil ke atas pentas bagi sesi pertama bersama dengan pemenang-pemenang dan juga bersama dengan tetamu kehormat kita yang berhormat Tuan Haji Muhammad Razif bin Makdin, Ex-Gubernur dan Sukan Negeri Kedah, mewakili Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Menteri Besar Kedah. Dipersilakan. Baiklah, mewakili keluarga LTDL, mewakili Kementerian Belia dan Sukan Majlis Sukan Negara, kami ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada Kerajaan Negeri Kedah Darul Aman dan pastinya Majlis Daerah Baling atas sambutan luar biasa, dan pastinya juga kepada anda penduduk-penduduk di daerah Baling atas sambutan luar biasa ini. Jadi simboliknya untuk sebagai tanda penghargaan dijemput Yang Berbahagia Datuk Ahmad Syamul Ismail, Ketua Pengarah Majlis Sukan Negara, untuk menyampaikan cendera hati kepada Yang Berhormat Tuan Haji Muhammad Razif bin Makdin, Ex-Gubernur Sukan Negeri Kedah, mewakili Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Menteri Besar Kedah, dan seterusnya kepada Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Muhammad Syahdan Haji Abdullah, Pegawai Daerah Baling.
Ya, Pak. Terima kasih orang-orang Baling semua.
Okey, ada satu lagi cenderamata dijemput Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Muhammad Syahdan Haji Abdullah, Pegawai Daerah Baling, untuk menyampaikan cendera hati kepada Yang Berhormat Tuan Haji Muhammad Razif bin Makdin, Ex-Gubernur dan Sukan Negeri Kedah, mewakili Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Menteri Besar dan Kedah. Tuan-tuan dan hadirin terhormat dan juga daerah B-A-L-I-N-G Baling.
Thank you so much to all our guests of honor, the VIPs on stage. Thank you for the winning prizes and thank you for gracing our event. We truly honor and our greatest heartfelt for all of you. Kalau ada masa sekian nak kita ada punya piala kemenangan yang berprestige, piala Petronas.